Oh, that's a mute.
Good morning, Kutamas. Can you just indicate to me if you're from the municipality, please, or from the...
Good morning. Yes, I'm with the executive mayor and my GM technical.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Can I rename and just put next to your name Vembe District for just so that members won't be confused?
Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Honorable members, may I just have a look at the faces and see who's here? I can see we've got about 8 members. Honorable Marina.
Morning. Morning, colleagues.
Morning, morning. Morning, Chairperson. Morning,
Honorable
colleagues.
Van Wyk.
Salute,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Morning, Chair.
Yes. The Vans. Thank you. That's fun.
Morning,
Fun. Who's
morning,
speaking now? I
Chair,
see you've got
morning.
one starting. Oh, morning, Damase. Honorable Damase. Honorable Vembe District, you'll introduce yourself just now. Other members, I don't see Mkalipi. Honorable Masiu, Sompa, I can see you. Kai, good morning, Honorable Taiposh. I think we're ready for. Oh, hi. We can see even though you have muted yourself.
Morning, Chair.
Telezi, welcome.
Good morning, good
Honorable
morning.
Sompa.
Good morning, Tobe.
Morning, Chair.
Inkosi khulu. Morning. That was it. Morning. I think we should request that morning. Let's meditation. Thank you very much. Good morning, members. We declare the meeting open. And may we then welcome the various members of community who are petitioners from the different communities who have sent us petitions. We have communities who are here today with us. Community from Kumbani village and community. Maybe let's see. You can open your video so we can see. If you can open your camera. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Rubisi, I can see you. And then from Mantupa, they here yet, or they'll come later. No problem. I will welcome them at the right time. So we have communities coming to present to the portfolio committee various issues of their concern. And we've also got municipalities coming to respond. And I assume there would also be a representative of the provincial government as well. And so at this point, I'd like us to flesh the agenda as we welcome all the members. Shireen, please put up the agenda for us, please. Have the 3 communities, and at the end, of course, we'll have some internal committee discussions about way forward. So can we have the mover for adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Direko. Thank you very much. Any seconder?
Second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Typos. So we proceed. In terms of the rights of the communities, the rights to petition Parliament to live in their area, whether they be issues of governance, issues of service delivery, issues of concern that they would like to bring to the attention of Parliament to to issue and deal with them. We have here the petition of Kumbani village led by Mr. Lubis, who is going to make the presentation. We will give you 5 and then we will get the executive mayor to also join us. But before we do that, Honorable Taibosh, I see your hand up.
If I can recommend, it says that
Honorable
your network
Taibosh, your hand
bandwidth
is
is
up.
low. Yes, Chair. If I can recommend that you switch your video off when you speak. It says your network bandwidth is low and you're breaking up.
Or am I breaking?
Yes, you're breaking and your network bandwidth is low.
I'm going to cut off my video and then we'll proceed. Was that the main issue?
That's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me better?
It's a lot better, thank you.
Yes, Chair.
I'm sorry about that. So we'll proceed now. Let's invite Mr. Lubisi. Mr. Lubisi, you've got 15 minutes. You can just explain what your community, where your community is and everything, and what your challenges are, and who you have dealt with, and what are the problems, and we will pick up the issue from there. Thank you very much. Mr. Lubisi, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to come and represent my village. Well, I just prepared a presentation, some few slides. Then I think it will summarize the whole concerns that we have up to as Gumbani is to say. And then as it's being flagged right now on our screens, and then the presentation outline the background of the petition, Gumbani water challenges, the background of the project, steps taken to address the crisis, current stage of the project, and the proposed resolution. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, just the petition or the background of the petition per se. Gumbani Water Crisis Committee wrote a petition to Parliament after the water project and reticulation, together with the building of the reservoir, was incomplete. After multiple attempts of trying to understand why the project is getting complete, no valid reason was given, except for empty promises by the Vembe District Municipality. We felt it would be just for us to write to Parliament for intervention, since the Vembe District Municipality, Office of the Premier, Limpopo Legislature, Office of the Presidency failed to assist us. Next slide. Just a brief background of Gumbani, so that those who don't know Gumbani may have a picture in their mind. Gumbani has a population of around 4,000 people. It is comprised of mixed age group from young to the elderly people. Most of the people live below the poverty line and they struggle to put bread on the table. Gumbani has got 5 sections, which is Chingwezi, Zabulanyama, Katisa, Hlaulekan, together with Matulapatu. Gumbani does not have its own reservoir, but rely on the reservoir in the pump station, which supplies other 18 villages. And the reservoir in the pump station takes 12 to 16 hours to be full, and then it releases water for 3 hours. Next slide, please. And then Gumbani is being fed or being supplied by a pipe of 110 which is connected to the main pump. As it pumps for that 3 hours, we are being supplied by a pipe of 110. And then from there, for those 5 sections. And then this results in water not reaching all sections, but going down to the low-lying areas. And then the rest of the sections will not even get a drop from it. This has been our life for the past 20 years. After the old reservoir was declared not safe to contain water for human consumption, because it was old and it has algae and all those kind of things. So they declare it that it's not going to be used anymore. And then for the past 20 years, actually, the people of Gumbani have been struggling with water, while the main line for water supply passes by their plates and go to supply in far places. And then this is an infringement to their basic rights to access safe and clean water. Next slide, please. And in the background of the project itself, the water reticulation and the reservoir building started in 2021 March, and the project was going to be for 12 months. The project time frame was extended for more than 6 times, during which there was minimal progress. The project came to stall during the phase of building the reservoir in 2023, with no explanation from either the contractor or Vhembe District Municipality. Today, as we speak, it marks 4 years and 2 months since the project has started, but it is not yet complete. Next slide. We wrote several letters dating back from 2022 to the Vhembe District Municipality during the tenure of the former executive mayor, Mr. Doreen Nonguda, which he never replied to any. We wrote to the portfolio head of technical services, Ms. Mukwebo J, but no response was given. We also wrote to the general manager of technical services, Mr. Maluleke W, of which the first 2 letters we wrote, they ignored them, and then they replied to the third one. Upon replying to the third one, we had a meeting in November 2023 with Mr. Maluleke, together with all the other stakeholders, including of the contractor, the engineer. And the outcome of the meeting, actually the contractor made the commitment that by the 31st of January 2024, the community will be drinking water because the project will be done. But also that was a lie because it never materialized. Next slide. We also, slide number 8, please. I think slide number 8 is the one that, the previous slide. I want to check something. Okay, yes. We wrote another letter to the new executive mayor, Frida Nkondo, in February 2024, but it was not replied to. We wrote another letter in April 2024 to the General Manager Technical Services, who called us again for another meeting after the contractor failed to honor the commitment that he made in January 2024. Again, we had the resolution that he must be given 4 weeks to complete the project because it was said that it's around 98%. By end of April 2024, he will be done with the project. But again, it never materialized. And then the community embarked on a protest on the 25th of May 2024, where the executive mayor, Frida Nkondo, came and she promised that the project will be completed by the end of July. But again, it was another lie. After all these lies, the executive mayor was invited to come and clarify the community on the project which is not getting complete. But he declined or ignored the invite. Next slide, please. We only heard of the executive mayor, Frida Nkondo, replying on SABC radio station, Mngana Lonene, stating that the project will be completed on the 30th of November 2024. But again, it was another empty promise because it never materialized. As from November 2024 till today, no progress at the construction site, no explanation from the Vhembe District Municipality. The contractor has since packed and left the construction site. We wrote to the office of the Premier, Limpopo Legislature, Presidency, but all fell on deaf ears. We wrote to the Department of Water and Sanitation, who only acknowledged, but no reply. Next slide, please. So this is the current stage of the project. As you enter, you'll come across this. Next slide. Just for you to look, the reservoir that we're talking about is the one that is appearing on our picture. It's not yet complete. It still has some holes. It's not yet even cleaned. And then you can go to the next slide. These are the main holes which are supposed to be complete. And we were told within 7 days they will be done. We've got around 4 main holes, which only has stills, which are standing like this. And then meaning that without this, then the reservoir is not going to be connected and there's no water which will come in. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Ngosi.
Gobe, I just wanted to know whether it's by design that I'm not seeing the slides, whether it's just me, because I just hear this is how it looks like, but it looks like, but I don't see anything.
Okay, the slides are showing there must be something wrong somewhere, but the
Okay.
problem with I don't know how we ended up with slides that I haven't seen these slides. Shirin, were these slides circulated? Because I've just got petitions. I don't have the slides. Shirin?
Morning, members. Morning, Chairperson. No, the slide presentation was only shared this morning. Thank you, Chair. But the background and things, it was in the petition documents that we've sent to members. But the slide presentation was only received this morning.
Can you send it through so the members can have the slides and try and fix and check what's gone wrong with the system? Because I can see the presentation, because it can't. There must be something wrong somewhere. Okay, sorry about that, Nkosi, but they'll send the slides along. Meanwhile, let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once again, Chair. As I was explaining, this is another main hall, which is not yet filled because it was supposed to be filled with concrete and then be completed in that way. Next slide, please. These are some of the taps which were installed. You can see they're just dry, no water, after they were this part and parcel of the reticulation, after they were installed as they are. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is our last slide. Our last slide, our request to Parliament is that they should hold the Vhembe District Municipality accountable to the project that is incomplete and ensure that Vhembe District Municipality complete the project within a month, because people are suffering and they don't have water. And then we believe that water is a basic right, and the community of Gumbani also has a right to access that water. And as of now, as we speak, our rights are being violated as the community of Gumbani, whereas almost 56 million actually was allocated to come for this water reticulation, which we hope that it was going to maybe make things easier for us. But unfortunately, that was not the case. So therefore, we demand justice for the community of Gumbani, because water is life and we want our water now. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We come to the last slide, which is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lubisi. This is a very, very well done presentation. It's very clear what the issues are, and it's very clear what you have done to try and get the matters rectified. And certainly, as a committee, we would really look forward to an explanation as to how the situation has been allowed to get the way it has gone. So at that point, I'm going to request that the mayor should give us their response, and if there are presentations, please share them with the secretariat so that we can have the copies as we move on, and then after that we'll have a discussion. Honorable Mayor Nkondo.
Morning. Thank you, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Am I audible?
You are audible. Please proceed.
Thank you. let me first give the background, a short background to this important matter. Upon assuming the position of the executive mayor in November 2023, the major task in hand, amongst others, is to deliver basic needs to the people of Mbembe District Municipality, which is the main, happens to be access to water. Mbembe District Municipality, as water authority, is overseeing major projects as the implementing agent of Department of Water and Sanitation that are funded through the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, that is our MIG. These multi-year projects are in their majority at advanced stages of completion. Upon completion, we are very much convinced that it will address water challenges across the district in many fronts. However, we encounter setbacks from our own communities who are not patient enough to wait to projects to reach their communities in terms of connections. One major setback is the issue of illegal connections of water pipes and illegal selling of water using water tankers by community members. Let me indicate that
Mayor,
the
just hold
test
on a
that
bit.
was held.
Mayor, just hold
Okay.
on a bit. Honorable Van Wyk. Honorable Van Wyk.
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, the mayor is on the floor, but unfortunately, I don't know her face. I can't see her face. I don't know. I only know the voice here, but I can't see the face. I would like to identify with the face as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's ask the mayor to show the face and then proceed. I think the challenge is, yes,
Thank
that's
you.
much better. Your label down there is hiding part of your face. I don't know how you sort the screen out. Now, that's a bit better.
Thanks.
Back again. Move back again.
Okay, Chair. The protest that was held on the 25th of May 2024, we went there as the municipality to engage with the protesters. It was during the session where our learners were about to write examinations. We engaged with the stakeholders and agreed that school learners must go back to school, and Gumbani village has got two boreholes. One borehole it's from the from MISA, and the other one from the Office of the Premier. We agreed that we're going to connect water for them to access them. But then I was invited to a meeting by traditional leaders, including traditional leader from Gumbani, Shigamani, Mukomi, Shihosana, and Mudabula. The traditional leaders were saying, Executive Mayor, we've got a problem. The Gumbani people have distracted water because of illegal connections. Could you please go and remove those illegal connections? Secondly, we have got a construction which is incomplete. The name of the company is Rainbow. This person has started the project in 2021. Then I agreed. The following day, I went straight to Gumbani Pub Station where illegal connections were done. We removed those illegal connections, and the water was able to reach all the villages that were no longer getting water. They did that because I understand when there are new extensions, they also want water, so they did those illegal connections. And the following day, the person who was speaking went to the radio, not myself, went to the radio because we've removed those illegal connections. On the issue of the constructor who was not completing his work, I've made him to commit in black and white in writing as to why is he not completing the work, and he made sure that he completed the work on the November 2024, which of course it was not like that. But then I will hand over to the municipal manager to talk to the technical issues regarding this issue of Gumban and the other areas in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The contractor, as we speak, and around the main halls which were shown by the presentation is true. We have put him into terms. We have signed an agreement, and during our meeting with contractors and engineers this month, the contractor was able to confirm that the construction for those main halls is now been done. They've appointed a subcontractor who's doing the work. We hope that by the end of June, or at least end of August, the whole project will be complete. I'm sorry. So we are monitoring the contractor. It is true that it's quite a little portion of work that is remaining because the project was about 98%. As we speak, there's progress now on site. The problems of illegal connection, Chair, you'll remember that when the new extensions came in, they were not a part of the plan of the project. The reason why the community now resorted into illegal connection, of which whilst we met with the traditional leaders, we were able to disconnect those. I'll give my technical director to continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I will not repeat what the executive mayor said, Chairperson, but on the technical issues, Chair, I would want to indicate that Gumbani falls under Malamlele West Regional Water Scheme, where we are receiving water from Nandoni, where the design capacity is 60 megaliters per day, of which we are producing almost 60 megaliters per day, Chair. So Gumbani falls under the 25 villages, Chair. And then, Chairperson, as you know that Nandoni supplies as well the Mopani with raw water and the Bembe for clean water. So it must be noted, Chair, that in this presentation, I'll try to even highlight the supply distribution line where we are pumping water from a water treatment works that goes to Mabambe. A booster pump station. From there is two offtakes. There is one offtake at Kakangwa, another offtake at Mahonisi, and the last one before we can reach the booster pump station where the reservoir that supplies the Gumbani with water. There are three offtakes before that. It is true, Chair, that we fill up the reservoir. We are pumping 3 times in a day. When we release the water, Chair, we are releasing it for 3 hours, and then after 3 hours, we have to start pumping again. It is true, as per the presenter from Gumbani, Chair. And then, Chairperson, I will not dwell much. I think he has touched much on the issue of the house, to this house, that the meeting that we had with the community of Gumbani, we agreed that we need to, in the meantime, supply the community with water because the community cannot wait for another 4 weeks or so. That was agreed upon with them in that meeting, of which one of the resolution was that we must go and connect the existing boreholes to the system, of which we have done that, Chair. And then also to can take over some of the boreholes that was drilled by Motsepe Foundations, where those boreholes can be connected to the system as well, of which that was not done, Chair, because there are still some other documentations that we wanted to have from the community, because, Chair, any boreholes that has been donated, we need to account for water. When AG comes, they must know that this borehole was drilled by Motsepe Foundation, and then when they ask questions, we will be able to explain to AGSA as well in terms of the accountability, Chairperson. And then in terms of the reticulation, Chair, it is indeed true that we have done some reticulation there in the area, but I have to declare, Chairperson, that the reservoir is complete. However, we need to finalize the fittings and the chambers that will connect the water to the system, Chairperson. Maybe, Chair, I think the executive mayor has already declared that there were meetings that was held with the traditional leaders, of which we were agreeing that we need to remove some illegal connections that was done by Gumbani. Chairperson, I think the illegal connection that was done from the inlet and outlet, the Gumbani, I think within those few days, Chair, I have to declare that it is indeed true. The Gumbani, after doing those two illegal connections, Chairperson, they were receiving water 24 hours because they were taking water from the inlet and also abstracting water from the outlet that was affecting other 8 villages to can be able to receive water, Chairperson. So, Chair, I have to indicate, Chair, that those villages rely on the booster pump station, but after we have removed those illegal connections, Chair, the following day, the Gumbani village went on and the protest about the removal of the illegal connection, Chair. And then, Chairperson, I think on the project also, I will not, I think the executive mayor has touched based, especially on slide 12, Chair, but more detailed information, Chairperson, we have submitted the presentation as well. It is indeed true that the project is 50 million, but this project, Chair, is covering the 10 villages within that scheme, Chair, of which the revised completion of this project will be 29 August, Chairperson. And then I will not touch much, but we have also highlighted, Chairperson, or share with you the project scope vis-a-vis the progress to date, indicating what is completed and what is not completed. And we also, Chair, highlighted it in red so that you can see that we are talking to Gumbani, what is it that we are doing in Gumbani, and then how far are we in terms of the water reticulation, standpipes, and the reservoir as well, Chair. Chairperson, the interventions that we have done as a municipality and as a municipality on the project, Chair, as you can see that this is one of the projects that will assist us to can give this community water. We have called in the contractor to come and account and then indicate to us, as the executive mayor was indicating. And also, Chairperson, due to the fact that they were struggling more on the material side, we have also approved some sessions of material for them to can complete those valve chambers that was shown by the presenter from Gumbani. It is true, Chair. And then we also, Chairperson, they appointed the service provider who's currently finalizing the project on their behalf, Chair. I think in terms of the progress, Chair, the overall progress on the project is 94, but for Gumbani alone, Chair, it is true that we are currently sitting at 98%. So I think, Chairperson, what we are recommending as a municipality is that, Chair, as you can see that the presenter was indicating, Chairperson, that we are only giving them water. When we release the water on those reservoirs, they only receive water for 3 hours. So we are indicating that the department should fast-track the upgrading of the Nandoni water treatment works from 60 megaliters to 120 megaliters, Chair. That will assist us, Chairperson, not to share water or to rationalize water. We will be giving them water at 24 hours because in the meantime, Chairperson, we are giving them water every day. However, they are getting it on an interval basis, Chair. So, Chair, the department has indicated that by August this year, they will appoint the contractor to can start with the upgrading of the water treatment works from Nandoni. So I think this upgrade, Chairperson, will also assist other villages or other 76 villages that were earmarked to supply the villages around Bembe, Chair. So we are saying, Chairperson, that we need to, as the Bembe District Municipality, to can complete the incomplete project that the presenter was talking to. And also, Chairperson, we urge that or we request or ask Gumbani community to utilize the water from the bowls, because in some of the engagement that we had, they were refusing to say we no longer need water from the bowls. We want to receive water. We want to receive a surface water, Chairperson. I think this is the last slide that I wanted to present, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Is that the end of the presentation, Mayor?
Chairperson, thank you, Chairperson. We are done with the presentation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can we just walk back through to the original presentation by Mr. Lubisi? Please flight it up. Now, let's just go back to the beginning. Okay. You have a number of instances here where the community was given a completion date of the project. I have not heard you explaining each one why that date was not met and what actions have been done to deal with that situation. And I've also not heard if you have an explanation why there were no responses to the letters of the community. Can you just look at that? Project time frame was extended more than 6 times. Meanwhile, there was minimal progress. Can you take us through those issues? What was the cause of each of those extensions, and what was and why was there no progress?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think in terms of the extension, Chairperson, after we have said with the contractor, Chair, and then the project was at 94% only on Gumbani alone, Chair. We evaluated, Chair, and then look into the scope that was currently left there on the project vis-a-vis the termination, Chair. We're just trying to weigh the two options that if we terminate this contract, we need to re-advertise again the project. That will also take us another 3 months to appoint another contractor. So it was that background, Chairperson, that we need to weigh and see how best are we going to assist them to complete the project. That's where now we started to give them a session to buy material on their behalf, Chair, both concrete and the steel works for the project, Chairperson. And then also, Chair, in terms of the letters, Chair, as you heard that the presenter that he was indicating that we responded, and also myself after we have received their letter, I decided that we need to go and engage them so that we can find each other and find a way on how best are we going to assist each other, Chairperson. So those are some of the responses that we had. But in the past, Chair, I have to indicate that they were saying that they were sending the letters, but the letters that were directed to us as a municipality, Chairperson, we were responding to those issues, especially by engaging with the community, Chair, of which some of the solutions that I was presenting, it was them suggesting that why can't the municipality in the meantime do 1, 2, 3? So we're working together in that regards, Chair. Unless there are letters, Chair, that didn't reach our office, but the letters that are reaching our office, Chairperson, we are attending to them, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
I've got members coming up, but I still haven't got the answer. 6 times the project was extended. What was the cause for the extension? And I don't understand. We normally have penalties for delays. I don't hear that. All I hear is that you have to go and assist them. Why do you have someone who defaults 6 times and you don't seem to be making that an issue?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, already the contractors were on penalties, Chair. I think this is one of the other issues that I know that when the contractor is on penalties, each and every payment certificate that they submit, we have to deduct penalties, of which we are doing, Chair. But that on its own, Chairperson, We have evaluated, Chair, the contractor, and it was clear that they were running a bit of a cash flow. But in this case, Chair, after we have intervened, that's where there was some movement on the ground, Chair. But some of the extensions that was there, Chair, was the valid extension. One was due to the rainy season. So those are some of the extensions that we're doing, Chair, on the project, Chairperson. Other than that, Chair, is especially on the penalty part, we are already applying the penalties on that project, Chairperson. Thank you.
Look, I'm going to let the members come in. You see, my worry is the way you have dealt with this issue. You don't quite focus us on the project. You have gone quite general on general issues, and you've raised your own gripes about illegal connections and everything. It still doesn't explain to us why this project is not getting completed on the due dates. It doesn't explain to us why the reservoir was not itself refurbished originally, which was the solution before. It doesn't explain to us why we have a situation here where you have got stuff that is still incomplete, as we see on the pictures now. Honorable members, I'm going to give each member 2 minutes, let's say 3 minutes, to deal with your comments, and then we'll move on so that we can get the responses. Was here we want the answers more than we addressing you. We want the answers. So Honorable Mtetwa, you'll be the first, and then Marina van Zyl will be next. I'll get the responses, and then I'll go to the others. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to fellow portfolio members. Greetings to the Mayor of Bembe District, and greetings to Municipal Manager and the Technical Services Official, and greetings to Mr. Lubisi, who has actually represented the civil society. Chair, you're right. I'm listening with an attentive ear. It's not forthcoming. I can tell you, whilst we've never been in that area, but I can hear Mr. Lubisi said it's been 20 years, them without having water. So you note that one. The question will be to the municipality in 20 years, which means this community has never been catered for. And the question is, what were you doing in your IDP plans, submitting plans to put water in this community, at least in the 20 years? Leave aside the project that is in question, but in 20 years, your primary function being water as a district, and in 20 years, it is not delivered. That's one. Two, I'm not hearing whether are you the municipality regarding Mr. Lubisi as part of the extension that is illegal, that shouldn't be connecting in the project that you have prepared? Because Lubisi sounds like he has a legal expectation in the project that you are preparing, but you're allowed in saying that the problem is illegal connection. So you need to tell us, is it Lubisi's community that is illegal, so that we know that, okay, the problem are those who are disrupting the project. But Mr. Lubisi is also saying there are 4,000 people in that village. I need to get from the municipality, what is the population that you are catering for, and the community in question that is complaining, Gumbani, are they 4,000 or are they falling in which category of your population? And where is the contractor? It would be nice that as we have the mayor, we have Mr. Lubisi, the contractor should be here so that he gives us the other side of the story, because in law, you must hear the other side of the story as well. Because I was going to ask the question from the contractor, are you having money problems? Because I am told there is about 66 million that was set aside for the project, but I'm not getting to hear, is that the money that is a problem? That project cannot be 66 million, even if I'm not technically savvy. but that money should be enough to have this project complete. But you're having extension, and I'm hearing that there are cash flow problems. Where are they emanating from when there is a budget that you are working from? That is the issue that we need to hear from. And other than that, the problem, I think, is within the municipality.
We run out of time. You'll have to
Thank
come
you.
back.
Belonging.
Thank you. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've noted down quite a couple of questions, but I'll just only cover a couple of them. I think this is sadly the story of every district and local municipality in far rural areas. Coming from a district municipality myself, I know exactly the problems, but there's always a way around these problems. So for the Vhembe District Municipality, I'd like to understand, you are part of the Malamulele West Regional Water Scheme that receives water daily from the Nandoni Water Treatment Works. Why then is there still such a massive failure to be able to connect residents with water? I mean, I'd like to understand that. And then also, what consequence management steps have been taken by the municipality against officials or contractors involved in this incomplete project? Chairperson, I know you did mention quickly on the contractors, but I think we need to get the names of the original contractor and then the newly appointed subcontractor, because I think we need to look into these contractors and their reputations, because, like you say, they keep on missing these deadlines. Then you spoke briefly about the Gumbani booster pump station, that there is reports that the community had blocked access. What has the district municipality done to secure that by means of fencing or security guards? Because how are you protecting your assets? That's part of your responsibility to be able to do that. So I'd like to get some answer on that, because obviously you can, by means of protecting your assets, prevent further sabotage, as you are claiming there is. And then the very last question, Chairperson, for now, I'd like to just find out, what has the Vhembe municipality done in terms of community engagement? Because we all know that it's the local communities, and we've heard that from Mr. Lubisi as well, that is the coalface. They are the first port of call for community members. But what has the district municipality done to go and engage community members, or are they simply sitting in their offices at the district level and not engaging with the community? I think for now, Chairperson, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mkhaliphi, you come in. I'm going to hold it after you to get the responses, and then we'll continue with the other questions. Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to you and the colleagues, and good morning to Babu Lubisi, who is representing the community of Vhembe. Good morning to Mayor and her team. Chair, I think I'm covered partly by your questions and other members' questions, but however, I just want to ask from the mayor's side, because the presentation from the community is suggesting that they started to engage with the mayor, or with the municipality rather, in 2022. And they are saying that to their presentation, they only get a response around 2023, 2024. So one thing that I want to understand, and committee members, I'm sure they want to also to understand, are you a responsive municipality? And Babu Lubisi is very correct to say water is life. So as a municipality, are you responsive enough or quickly to the cries of the people who are crying about water as the municipality? Secondly, on the presentation of Baba Lubisi is suggesting that finally, after the mayor agreed to engage with the community on this issue, the mayor promised the community that this problem of water will be resolved around July 2024. We're in 2025 now, and it seems as if the problem is far from resolved. That's why they have decided to write to the parliament for intervention, because there is no joy from the municipality. So can the mayor and the team can be specific about what is being claimed here by the community leader, to say that the mayor went and met with them and said by July 2024, the crisis of water will be resolved. But now we are in June. in 2025. It's going to be a year next month, but the problem is far from resolved. Those are my two questions, Chair. But the third one is for you, Chairperson, to check, because we need also to work hand in hand with the Department of Water, because the problem can be in the municipality, but there is another department that also has to ensure that there's water each and every community in South Africa. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The honorable members will wait a bit with these questions. Let's go back. Honorable Mkhalipi, yes, this matter would involve Department of Water and Sanitation. I have not heard, though, from the response of the mayor, the MM, the director, that actually their problem was with the Department of Water. So I would not assume at this point that that's where the problem is. But in general, I understand what your point is. So I do want these members to be the ones who are responding directly. Let's start with the mayor. Mayor, is it true you gave an undertaking that this problem would have been sorted out in 2024? Let's just be straight to that, and so we can clean up some of these issues quickly.
No, I didn't say that. What I know is that I've communicated with the constructor to commit himself to say, when are you going to complete your work? And he said November 2024. So as a responsive executive mayor, I went back to the community to give them feedback about the issue that the contractor has not completed his job. And they said to me, Executive Mayor, we do no longer want that constructor. Will you please make something? And I went back to the municipality to engage with the administrators, my municipal manager, to tell him about the issue of Rainbow constructor. And he said that he will deal with it, he'll contact the legal station in our district, because the contractor also wrote a letter to us resisting to be terminated. So these are the things that are too administrative. But let me also, Chair, say that when we say that we engaged with the Gumbani villagers, the person who is reporting here was not part of the meeting when we met with the traditional leaders, all stakeholders, the civic people, water committees, as well as ward councillors. We met with them, and thereafter, after November 2024, I went back to them to give them feedback, because I always do that. When there is a problem, you go to the people, and if whether positive or negative, you go and give them feedback. So I did that. The letters that are said that we have not responded to. Remember, I was appointed in November 2023.
Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Okay.
You to start getting into that. You see, the question which you are asking, you are not saying to us that it completed. So it doesn't matter whether the member was there or not, but the point is that the project was not completed and you are in charge of it.
Yes.
That's the question we're asking you. Now,
yes.
The issue here is that communities have been pursuing one project which should have been completed not now this year, not last year, but before that. It wasn't. And we're now almost 2 years beyond the completion point of the project. And we have explanations that still don't explain to us why the project is not completed. So you have had other questions. Let me get the other members to respond to the questions. You're only giving us one name. The members want to know what the names of these contractors. We want to know the details of what has actually been done onto all of these members. You have had these questions. Please respond to those questions.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, it is correct that the contractor, its name is Rembu. We have mentioned it. The name of the contractor is when the GM presented. The issue of termination, Chair, the mayor did come back to me. We sat down with the technical team and legal services. The cost-benefit analysis, we did the cost-benefit analysis, and we realized that for Gumbani only, because the project is at around over 90%, the only remaining funding for the project, it's only 3 million, which if we could go into the market, Chair, and terminate this contractor, no one will be able to take this project forward if you go to the market and test the market. So we said we must try and persuade this contractor to complete this work, which now, as we're speaking, we're saying we have signed sessions with him. The subcontractor is on site. There is quite good progress on site. It was based on our cost-benefit analysis. It was not going to benefit the municipality, Chair, because we don't collect enough revenue. If we were going to do it through our own funding, we were going just to collapse the project, and the municipality will not have money to fund that project. You can continue, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chairperson, on the last recommendation, Chairperson, I put, I think, on point 1 to say, Chair, that we want the department to assist us to can fast track the upgrading of the Nandoni water treatment works, Chairperson. So the reason we are giving water to the community 3 hours, Chair, was that the water is not enough from the water treatment works, Chair. So that's the main reason. But the solution to it is for the department to fast track the appointment of the contractor who will upgrade the water treatment works to 120 megaliters per day, Chair. As you can see on my technical background, I was indicating, Chairperson, that all the design capacity that is there, we are producing the same amount vis-a-vis the design capacity of the water treatment works, which means we don't have issues in terms of the maintenance on the water treatment works itself, Chair. And then, Chairperson, I think, to be honest, Chair, the contractor has a challenge with the cash flow issue. It is having a serious challenge on that one. That is why now we opted for the session and the subcontracting, Chairperson. And then, Chairperson, what we were doing, Chair, as a municipality, back then, 20 years, as you have mentioned, Chair, we were supplying the community with water, but on a rotational basis while we are finalizing this project, Chair. But after finalizing this project, also, Chairperson, it is very much key for us to can have enough water that goes into the system so that we can be able to give the Gumbani community water for 24 hours, Chairperson. I think on those, Chair, I tried to summarize those questions that was raised. I think others, the EM has already provided in terms of the engagement. And then, Chair, but there's one, I think, that was asked to set, what is it that we are doing to protect our asset as a district municipality? Chairperson, let me indicate that we have already secured the pump station itself, Chair. And then the main challenge that we had, Chair, remember now the contractor has to do the connections for the reservoir. So what they've done, because already the contractor has exposed the trenches, Chair, so they went in there and connect illegally before the completion, Chair. I will understand, Chairperson, that they did it out of frustration because their project is not coming to an end. But that in its own, Chairperson, was affecting other villages as well, Chair. So I think I tried to answer those questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
The legal connection were done by Gumbani community on the same project that you are constructing.
Chair, yes, Chair, they did it. The project that we are doing is just adjacent to our booster pump station, Chairperson. So after the completion, the project will connect the water supply from the existing booster pump station, Chairperson. It's just adjacent to each other. It's very close to each other.
So you are saying the Gumbani people have intercepted water in the same project that is incomplete?
Yes, Chairperson. Remember the reticulation, Chair.
So how are they getting water if it's incomplete?
Chairperson, the Gumbani community are not getting water 24 hours, but they are getting water on a daily basis, but we give them 3 hours after pumping it release. We pump again 6 to 7 hours, then we release the water again for them. But the main challenge is that they are not getting water 24 hours. And then the other issue, Chair.
They are intercepting the project that's incomplete.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Chairperson, the same. Chair, maybe let me just give more detail, Chair, on the project side. Chair, the reticulation part is almost 99 complete. We're just waiting to test the reticulation system. And then the reservoir, Chair, the roof is done. But what is outstanding on that project is for us to put the valve chambers so that we can control the reservoirs, Chair, going into the system. So what they have done, Chair, they have connected on the exposed rising main that was supposed to pump water to other villages, and then they connected it there because it was already exposed there. And then they connected it both sides. They connected from the inlet and the outlet side. That on its own, Chairperson, was allowing them to get water 24 hours on that moment. But after we have removed, because it was affecting the other villages, the other 8 villages, Chair, they were just going back to receive water rationally. Not to say they are not getting water 100%, the area is dry. They are getting water, Chairperson, but on the rotational basis, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, please line up to focus on a question that have not been answered. I'll allow Honorable Taibosh and Nkosi Telezi, and then I'll come back to you with the outstanding questions. Please, Honorable Taibosh.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable mayor, municipal manager, and officials of the municipality, and then Mr. Lumbisi. Chair, it's clear that water is not the problem. And there is water. The community have proven that there's water. If they do it themselves, they get water. This project was meant to be completed in 2022. We are now in 2025. Something is not right, Chair. And I don't know how is the mayor and the municipal manager going to fix that, but 2022 was the completion date for this project. They haven't mentioned any big thing that says that there was a problem for them, that they could not have completed this project. So 3 years later, the project is not complete. It seems you could see that there's bowls where there's water that the community could get from. Then the community tapped their own water from some of the completed infrastructure. So there's not a scarcity of water, it's a scarcity of infrastructure. Now, infrastructure costs money. That's where the problem lies. We are battling to complete the infrastructure to feed the water to these people. Chair, that's all I want to say. Thanks. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you done?
Yeah. Did you hear my submission?
I got cut off, so I lost a bit, but I hope that the comments were noted. We'll come back if they are not responded to. Honorable Nkosi Telezi first, and then Direko, and then we'll come back to Van Zyl. Please just follow that order.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning to you, Chair Gcwabe, and a very good morning to the mayor, the MM and the director, and of course to my colleagues in the committee. Chair, I just wanted to, I'm going to point out a couple of questions, very direct questions. The first and foremost, I just want to know from the presenters this morning, what makes this municipality believe that this project will finally be completed after all these false finished dates? Because there's a series of them as were put across by Mr. Lubisi. By the way, good morning to Mr. Lubisi as well, representing the community, the long-suffering community. I didn't quite hear also the breakdown of how, I don't know whether it's just me, of how the 56 million was spent that was mentioned here. Then the next question, Chair, I would like to ask, if one just goes direct for the questions, I just want to understand, I'm not quite sure. It would seem that the subcommittee emerging now was like throwing a lifeline. I think that if the main contractor, at the time of submission, it would have been clear how far they will go, and then they will need a subcommittee, a subcontractor, because it seems now it's coming in as a rescue, to come and rescue the project. Next, why did it take so long to come to the PC? I mean, I don't know, to the portfolio committee. I haven't heard whether they came in the past before our time. And I would like to ask maybe the last but one question. Are you paying the contractor on time? I heard you saying that there are cash flow problems, and these are always due either to the contractors not being paid on time, which is very rife, or then maybe they're due to their own problems. Then lastly, Chair, I have not had any in this whole state we've just been put in front of us. I've not had any consequence management at all that was put in place to deal with the situation. I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to colleagues and greetings to delegation from the municipality led by the Executive Mayor. Chair, you've asked quite interesting questions regarding the contract and its challenges. However, the nature of the response leaves too much to desire. The municipality indicated that the contractor is having challenges of cash flow. Can they please take us along on the nature and the cause of the challenges, as Honorable Buthelezi has just indicated? Is it because of the late payment from the municipality, or is it on the side of the contractor? Can we please be taken along on that? And Chair, I've also listened to, I'm not sure whether was it the MM or the manager, when he was giving us the reason why they could not terminate the contract. They indicated that when they were looking at the value of the outstanding work, it was around 3 million, of which when they were supposed to advertise, it was not going to be economically wise, it was going to cost the municipality more. So can the municipality please, as a result of that, give us information in terms of the payment pattern, particularly on this service provider, the work done versus the money that have been paid to the service provider? And also the mayor indicated that the contractor apparently resisted termination. Can they also take us along on the reason why the contractor has resisted the termination of contract? And also, she also indicated in the beginning of the presentation that she has written a letter to the contractor. Can the mayor also furnish us with the details of that letter as to what was the outcomes of that letter? And lastly, Chair, mine is also on that. Can the municipality confidently give us a deadline or the date that they believe that this project would then be complete, so that the community can get their water? Because as much as we want to get details of this particular contractor, our main objective is to ensure that by the end of this meeting, at least we have a possible solution that will address the needs of the community as they have written to us in Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You know, Honorable Mayor, the real problem we have is believing that you have a project that is 95% complete in July 2024 with 3 million outstanding and cost-benefit analysis indicating that it's better to proceed with the existing and not terminate the contractor. And 1 year later, which is now, that project is still not complete. And we must now believe that, in fact, everything you've given us is accurate. That's really where the challenge is. You are going to respond. Let me get Honorable Van Zyl, and we'll give you 1 minute just to deal with the outstanding questions. If you need longer, I can come back to you. Honorable Francis.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Come back.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to find out exactly what the details of the cessations are with this contractor and what their commitment is on completion of the outstanding work. Because you mentioned very briefly that there's been cessations made. I'd like to know the details of those. And then another thing I was just thinking about is that what is still remaining, because I heard the Chairperson say 95%, so it's a very small percentage that is still outstanding for completion. Is that not something that your technical department could have done in-house? Is that not something you could have completed on your own without actually going to a contractor? That's just a question on the technical side. Then you spoke about the community does get water because there's a rotation basis. Now, to me, if the town that I live in, we are on a rotation basis. I only get water every second day from the district municipality. I don't write a petition because of it. So I'd like to find out what is the rotation schedule for Gumbani? Because if they had to get water on a rotation every day or every second day even, I don't think it would be petition worthy, but you are saying they are getting water on rotation. So please clarify for us that rotation schedule, because it might be that they get water once and then for 7 days they don't, and then they get another, and then for 5 days they don't. So I'd like to understand what is the communicated rotation schedule for this community. And listening to all the arguments, I think that there is also a storage, a clean water storage problem. Because if you have to do rotation, it means that you have to switch some off to put others on because of the gravity and having to get the water to the villages, which is quite far and vast at times. But yeah, so I think your planning also needs to be better with regards to that. But just those couple of questions, please, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, I think there are new questions that are arising. I'll hold there. Let's get the first batch of questions from the other members to be responded to. I'll come back to the remaining hands. Mayor and your team.
Thank you once more. Let me respond to the issue of the
Excuse me, Chairperson.
resistance, the termination of Rainbow, whom I said that he resisted. There is a letter that I will send to the committee, as well as the letter that he wrote to me when I've said you must commit in black and white, as well as the engagements that we held, all the meetings that we held with the communities in relation to this matter. I think I'll send all the documents to this committee today.
Excuse me, Chair.
Honorable Van Wyk.
Chair, there was a request by myself that if the executive mayor or anyone of a team is on the floor again, we would like to see their faces, because we would like to see the expressions while they are addressing us. Please, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Let's please keep to that. When you address us, your screen is blocking your face. If you look at the names at the bottom, it covers half of your face. So we need I don't know why yours is different. There's too much of head space, and then we don't see your face. Tilt it the other way. That's the best way. Now don't change it from there.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
I will.
look at the end. You're going to respond to all of these matters, and anyone who's speaking, please look at us. In the meantime, we're going to request a full report that encloses all these issues that are being raised and some of the things that you are promising. So let's proceed then from the Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Municipal Manager. The issue around cash flow, which the Honorable Member raised, is not a problem of the municipality. It is on the side of the contractor. I think the GM will table the cash flow trend vis-a-vis the work done so that the members can have a view of how far the project is. We cannot have, Chair, the problem with payments because, as you know, this project forms part of MIG. It was planned through a municipal infrastructure grant, so there wouldn't be any challenge in terms of payments on a monthly basis on the work done. So it will be addressed through the MIG. We are confident, Chair. I think the Honorable Mayor has said it. It is can't be correct that we have not been providing water for 20 years. We have been trying our best. We are a water service authority. We've been trying our best to intervene where communities is facing challenge, specifically even in Gumbani, to ensure that on a rotational basis or once there are challenges, we intervene and ensure that in the short term, water is supplied. We are confident that this project will be completed in August, Chair, with our interventions that we've made with the contractor. And the session, it binds the contractor so that at least the subcontracted person, you are able to pay that person directly and he's able to buy material. That's why our commitment is to say, Chair, that project will be completed in August. And we have signed those sessions. We'll send the copy together with the report of the sessions and the terms. I think the GM Technical will take you through the trends, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think what we're going to do, Chairperson, as you have requested, that we'll detail the report as you have requested that we need to give clarity in writing for all the issues that you have raised, Chair. And also, Chairperson will attach the expenditure on how we're paying the contractor so that you can see how we're paying them. Chair, I think without waste of time, Chairperson, let me just indicate that we will draft the report that detail all the issues that you have requested clarity on. And also, Chairperson will attach the signed session agreement that we had with the contractor as well, Chair, so that you can see the detail of what is entailed on the session as well, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will need the report. It doesn't mean you mustn't answer, though. We still haven't heard how you actually been. Just give us this issue about how you've been feeding the community water, because there seems to be different understanding here as to how the community has been receiving the water. We still don't understand. Firstly, how you have been giving the community water, but on the other side, the issue of this community getting water from another line, but their line is not right, is not working. That thing is still not clear what is happening on that. But anyway, just deal with the questions, even though you're going to give us the responses in writing.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. My apology, Chairperson. It slipped my mind on that question. Chair, what we are doing, Chairperson, on those, you will hear that Mr. Lubisi was indicating that they are receiving water 3 hours after we have released our reservoir. So what we are doing, Chairperson, we pump water from Mabambe. There are some 3 off-takes, and then it goes to Gumbani Booster Pump Station. In Gumbani, Chairperson, there is a sharing reservoir. That reservoir, it gives water to Papazela and the other areas going to Murenje and so on. But there's still another line that supplied them with gravity. Immediately when the reservoir is full, Chair, we release water through gravity to them and the other villages that they are sharing water with, Chair. So the pumping time, Chair, we are pumping almost 3 times in a day, plus or minus 6 to 7 hours, Chair. That on its own, it tells you that we will be giving them roughly water. It will be 6 hours in a day, Chair, because we'll be pumping 6 hours, we release 3 hours, we pump again, it starts another 6 hours, and then we release water again. So that's how we are supplying them with water, Chairperson. So the reason, Chairperson, we wanted to do this project, Chair, we wanted to isolate them from sharing water with other villages, so that they can be getting water from their own reservoir that was flagged by Mr. Lubisi on his presentation, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And maybe, Chair, in addition, Chair, I think, Chairperson, the other interventions too can assist them with water provision as well. There is a bowl that we drilled with MISA, of which on our meeting that we had with them, we agreed that we need to connect that bowl to the system. And as we speak, Chairperson, they have disconnected that bowl. So we'll urge Chairperson that the community allow us to go back again, Chair, and reconnect that bowl so that whatever amount of water that comes in from Nandoni, and then it must be augmented as well with the bowls while we are completing this project, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you need to give us a better explanation there. But let's get the other members to come in. Mayor, do you want to say something just now?
No,
No, that's fine.
I'm just
Honorable Mthethwa Mkhaliphi, and then Van Zyl again, and then Van Wyk.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Oh, it's you, Mzan. Okay, so just me.
Okay.
Sure, Mzan.
I'm chairing, yeah. No mzala about it. I'm chairing. Please continue.
Okay, Chair, it's not coming clear. Is Mr. Lubisi part of the extension that is stealing water? Yet it is him who has written to us complaining about not getting a service. So we need to de-link those whom we call the extension, who end up stealing water, and the one who wrote to us. It can't be that the one who wrote to us it's not clear whether he's part of those who are stealing water. Yet at the same time, he has a legal expectation that he should be receiving something. Another question, how are people actually stealing water, and where is the security of the municipality guarding the infrastructure? Because for you to steal that water, it means you've had long hours doing the connections until you are even able to get water. So which means you can't account for security as the municipality. Another question, your predecessor, Mayor, I think is more accountable to us than yourself, because you seem to be like you came in later when the problem has already started, and we are not getting an accountability to say, in your predecessor, what is happening? Also, when I listen to the municipal manager, there seems to be no money problems, yet at the same time there is money problems. So how can it be that the contractor has cash flow problems? The only reason is when he doesn't get paid according to the sessions that he should be getting his monies in tranches. But no one seems to take responsibility. Why is there a problem? The money, I suppose, is enough for this project, but I have ring-fenced something here that says it could be that there is money that is not accounted for out of the money of this project, which means there's money that was siphoned, taken out of the process. As a result, the project is suffering because it's not forthcoming. Who is short of money? Yet there is money. So I think there is money that has been taken away. And now it leaves me. Okay, let's
round up.
Okay, then the question for me is, they are saying they are stealing water, which is now disturbing the supply of water for the other village. The question is, Kanti, these Kumbani, are they not part of the villages? And then it's already clear, this community, whether are they paying for this water, or is this part of the non-revenue water, which eventually we are working backwards here if I look at the way you are doing things, because already you are finishing a project, but you're already sitting with a surplus community that will still not be enoughly covered by this. So which means you need another reservoir that you need to build again, because looking at the calculation, the design of the project is either is falling short of covering the entire population, and is falling short of also the capacity as well. Thank you.
Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, you see, it's very important to change the approach of engaging with the municipality. You know, the interpolation kind of questioning, it will assist, because if they have answered me from the word go, I won't be coming back. I ask a simple question. The petitioners are claiming that they since wrote to the municipality in 2022. We are in 2025. I've asked if there are responsive municipalities to the cries of the community. No one even bothered to answer that or to say, no, the petitioners, they are not telling the truth. Since 2022, they responded to the issue of the water that has been taking years in that particular area. The second thing, Chair, I agree with you. It does not mean that they must not answer, even if they are going to finish us with a report. Even in that report, Chair, I suggest that they must also include the agreement between them and the construction or the contractor, because we can't be sitting here debating that you have identified a construction company or a contractor, but you have a headache of that particular company who have been identified and appointed by you. The issue of the cash flow does not even arise because you are the one who have appointed that company. So we must know what are the agreement between the municipality and that company. Lastly, Mzala, no one has still water. The community can't suffer if there are means and ways to get water. Water is life. You can't survive without water. So coming in this committee to say the committee have still water is not going to be very progressive, because if the municipality fail to provide water, what the committee must do, they must go and find ways to get water, because they are going to die. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. I didn't want to respond to what Honorable Mtetwa raised. Now, maybe the community, the mayor and the municipality must be clear what exactly what they mean about the way they've related to the community. Now the community has dealt with this issue. The real issue for me is of the water that is being supplied. The municipality gave us a wide range of villages without showing us why then this community has a problem. And that's why we wanted to focus onto that. I've not allowed Mr. Lubisi to respond about whether he is illegally or whether he is illegally connecting the thing. I don't think that's relevant at this point, though. What is relevant is that there are illegal connections, and from what the municipality has said, there were several connections. Now, I have not had the capacity of Mr. Lubisi in relation to his authority over that community for us to even make an accusation on him on behalf of that community. So I didn't want to comment. I was going to deal with that at the end. So I think let's park that for now and not misdirect ourselves. But let's come back. Before we proceed, can we just deal with these questions so that we can shorten the cycle? And then we will know which questions have not been answered. We'll come back to the other members for further questions. Please respond to these two. Is Mayor still in here? Have they fallen off the system? I see there we still have. Yes, you've had two questions that came. Yes, let's deal with that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, in terms of the question that we asked about the security, to say where the security was when they do illegal connection, Chairperson, as I've indicated, Chair, that the project that we are currently doing, it has to connect to the existing booster pump station, of which the contractor themselves, they've already done or started to do a trench there. And then only to find out, Chair, that there was an illegal connection that was done there due to the fact that the community were not receiving water on the end. So when we do our assessment, we just identify that there are a lot of water that are being lost after the booster pump station, Chair. And then that's where we went into to remove the illegal connection. But Chair, to be clear, Chair, let me indicate, Chairperson, that the amount of water that is coming from Nanduni to supply those 25 villages is not sufficient. That is why I was indicating, Chair, that the department is currently in the process of upgrading the Nandoni water treatment works from 60 megaliters per day to 120 megaliters per day. That on its own, Chair, will assist us to can give our community water for 24 hours. So that's the reason, Chair, we are giving our community water on the rotational basis, Chair. And then, Chair, in terms of the money problems, Chair, the project itself, Chair, we don't have a problem as a municipality, or we didn't set any money aside. The money has been channeled, as this is the conditional grant money, Chair. You'll know that we need to account year in, year out, the money that is being given to us by the National Treasury, Chair, and then we must make sure that we spend this money, and the water should be provided to our community after we've spending this money, Chairperson. And then, Chair, these communities, they are not paying for water. It's one of the non-revenue community, Chair, in that area. So they don't even have water meters. As you saw, Chair, there is a standpipes that has been shown by Mr. Lubisi that tells you that the community receives water within 200 meters, which is on the RDP standard, Chairperson. So I think the last question will be answered by our Honorable Executive Mayor, Chair. I think it's regarding the responsive to our community. Chair.
Thank you once more. Thank you once more. I want to respond to the questions raised that since 2022 till 2025, there were letters written to us. Unfortunately, we could not respond to some of those letters because we were not part of that. In that time, we're not in the system because the letters indicate there are names there. There is an executive name, mayor who was there, even the MMC member who was there, but I am responding to where I started to say consent. My work is to do oversight and monitoring, which of course in this project,
Mayor,
I've
can I
done my
check
level
something,
best
Mayor?
to engage.
Mayor, can I check
Okay.
something, Mayor? Mayor, can I check
Yes,
something?
I'm listening.
How long has the municipal manager been in this municipality?
It's the
When
same
did he
year with
start?
the municipal manager yes, in 20. I was here in end of 2023.
And municipal manager?
July 2023.
So 2023, 24, 25, they are complaining about poor response. That's your tenure.
Yes.
That's your tenure. Leave the one before. Let's talk about your tenure. You've already been there 23, 24, 25. So let's talk about that. Let's not talk about
I think 2024 we had an engagement with the Gumbani people, and when they were protesting, went there, we engaged with them, and we agreed on certain issues that were going to give them water, short-term interventions of water tankering, medium-term intervention, utilization of boreholes. They've agreed. We agreed on that, but later on they said to us that we don't want to use boreholes. So that's something that it's on record, and the meetings that we held with all the stakeholders, including our traditional leaders who are affected by this contract, we met with them. I've said that I'll send all the documentations, even the minutes, roll calls, so to show that we are responsive, and we know that water is life. That is why we had to engage with them. Without water, nothing is done. But Gumbani people, when they were protesting, my main issue as executive mayor, it was if learners are used as protesters, then that was not sitting well with us. Hence, we engaged with them to show that if you are a leader, you must be able to provide leader count to others who have now left the positions. So I think I'll respond on issues that relates to the executive mayor, that is oversight and monitoring issues. Then I'll hand over to the municipal manager.
Chair, I'm not sure if we have not responded to all the questions thus far.
All right, let's get the members to raise the additional question. Honorable Van Zyl and Direko and Van Wyk.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be very brief. It's still, to me, at this stage, very unclear if all the community's members in Gumbani is getting water for 6 hours a day. Because it's one thing opening the water. Okay, so you do the prep work for 3 hours and it takes to get the water open, and then you say there's a flow of 6 hours. I still am very unclear if it reaches all the community members in Gumbani village, because we understand the distances. And I think, Chairperson, you did mention that we haven't heard from Mr. Lubisi, but I think Mr. Lubisi needs to confirm or deny that whether there is in fact 6 hours of water per day. Because if there's 6 hours per water or water per day, I don't think there will be a petition. So I think also we need to caution about the seriousness of misleading the House, because we still remain the House. And then I also wanted to understand the cost of water tankers, as well as the companies the municipality is dealing with water, who's providing the service for the Vhembe District Municipality per month. That can come by way of report. I'm completely fine with that. But for me, it's still very unclear whether the 6 hours of water is uninterrupted per day for every community member in the Gumbani village. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa.
Chair, I was just wanting to raise the issue that I think this municipality is one of those which we can do an oversight, because I think we are all speaking in cross purpose. They are saying this, we are saying that, because we lack the vision of the actual side. So if there is an opportunity for an oversight, we can go there. And then another part for me, I see in this project, I can bet you there must be inflation of prices for the procurement of goods and services to render this project. As a result, that's why there are monies that are falling in the cracks where there's money problems. If the contractor was here, we're gonna hear that he's got money problem and that are emanating from somewhere, not from his side. So I think that part, we need that to be accounted for as well on my side. But other than that, yeah, no, Ziyabuyela, it's clear the community is not, they're not giving us clear Gumbani, who takes responsibility for Gumbani, and these extension people, which means it's like there's a surplus people that came in after they've done the assessment of the establishment of a project. As a result, now they're sitting with an egg on their face where it's like these people who are extra are the ones who are overstretching the project. It means they were not accounted for. But that is the result of a delay over years. When you delay to render services, that's what happened. Population grow and your services is trailing behind. I wanted to say this community is so smart that they are ahead of the technicians of the municipality. They even know how to connect for water and they are succeeding in getting water. Thank you.
All right, I think we don't want to get onto that. We're basically more interested in facts here. What actually is the situation? So I think that we must focus on that. Honorable Van Wyk, sorry, are you still wanting to raise an issue?
Chair, yes, I'm still here, Chair.
Proceed.
But Chairperson, the main thing for me, I am honestly not satisfied with all the answers that we are getting here. We ask questions, but it seems like the Honorable Mayor, the DM and the MM is beating around the bush here. They don't come out with great answers. I even thought to myself that we know that it's a common fact that your predecessors, before their term in office ends, they would usually go and start with projects, and they will appoint contractors to their projects to look after them while their time in office are over. Is this the same thing that happened here? But then the mayor came in and she said, no, she only came into office in 2023, along with the MM. But still, it doesn't seem that the mayor has an appetite, together with the DM and the MM, to take on her predecessor with this matter. So I'm sitting here and I'm just asking myself, are they intimidated by their predecessors? Because really, there is no consequence management here. The other one, Chair, the contractor. I really think that we must request for his financial reports so we can see how much was paid to him as a contractor by the municipality in conjunction with the work that he has done. This 98% that they are talking about from 2021 up until now, in line with his financial reports, what has he done so far? And my last question, I agree with the oversight, we must consider it. But my last question, does the mayor, the DM, and the MM resides in Kavimbi? Do they stay there actually? And where are they staying where there is water? Thank you, Chair.
Direko, are you back? Is that a legacy hand?
Yes, I am, Chair. Firstly,
Proceed.
Chair, yes, I am, Chair. Firstly, Chair, I've noted what the mayor has just indicated, that she's just new. She's almost 2 years in the office. But the mayor should also remember that when she took that position, she was automatically becoming responsible for everything that happened in that particular municipality. And despite the fact that she has been there for 2 years, we also know that the petitioners have raised this matter in 2022. She came in 2023 and it's now 2025. She has not been able to resolve the matter. Chair, can the municipality also take us along as to when did they become aware of the cash flow challenges of the contractor? Because when you look at the petition, it's dated in 2022, which then makes us wonder how effective is the municipal project management unit, because I believe that when there are challenges with the contractor, they are the one who's supposed to pick up those red flags and be able to warn municipalities on that matter. And secondly, Chair, the mayor, they also indicated that they could not terminate the contract because it was not value for money. And on their presentation, they also indicated that there was some alternative intervention to assist the community with the water. And amongst others that were mentioned, I've heard the mayor speaking about the water tanker. Can they also take us along on the cost of the water tanker that they have, the cost of the water tanker that they have utilized since that time when they were becoming aware that it was not economically wise to terminate the contract until to date so that we can just compare the value on that. And lastly, Chair, we understand that we are facing difficult economic conditions and have affected a lot of people, including the business community. However, did the municipality saw it best to give a contractor who was having cash flow challenges an opportunity to finalize the project while he or she was still facing those challenges? And the reason why I'm saying this is because I've also noted the intervention, which I believe it may work and assist us to be out of the situation, but the intervention came late. And at that time, they were already aware of the financial challenges of the contractor, but yet they gave him a benefit of doubt. That is why he even indicated that he maybe finished the contract. Maybe there was that commitment that the contract will be completed last year, somewhere in July or so. So that's all for me for now, Chair. Thank you.
Before the response, can I just get Mr. Lubisi, do you have any comments, questions, anything to say? Because we're going to be rounding up very soon.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to clarify some few things, I think, which can maybe provide a direction. And also, I'm quite aware, Chair, that we are under oath in terms of whatever we're going to say here. We must make sure that it's the truth and nothing else. Let me put it clear, Chair, that the Honorable Executive Mayor of the Vhembe District never responded to the letter dated February 2024. She never responded. If she responded, let her provide you with the proof for that, if she did. Then number two, in the 25th of May, 2024, after we had that meeting and engagement, he promised that he'll come back after 2 months because it was in end of July. She'll come back because the contractor will be the face. She met with the traditional leaders. And upon meeting with the traditional leaders, they excluded us. They want to have their own discussions. And in the first place, I just heard of that meeting. We're not even invited in the first place. They had their own meeting in their own corner and come and informed us. We were there to be informed. This is what we're going to do. We were not engaged, neither given an opportunity maybe to state our view on the matter on the table, because we could see that the contractor is not completing the job. Then another thing which I want to raise is that the pump station that they're talking about does not pump for 6 to 7 hours. That's a lie. There's a record in the book. The people who pump the water, they've got a record. They'll tell you the time which they pump. Mostly, I can assure you, even now, the water, the people who can receive water, there's no water which you'll get during the day in Gumbane. And why? What is the reason for that? In between the other pump station that supplies us and us, there are connections which have been done for villages. And we ask the same question, what about us? Why are you not doing the same connection that we have done to the other villages? There is Mkomi village here, next to us. It has got water 24 hours. There is Mahonisi village. It has got water 24 hours. There is Kakao. It has got water 24 hours. There is Mavambe. It has got water 24 hours. Done by the municipality. Some of the connection have been done by the community. What about us? I can assure you, we are less than even actually less than 5 meters away from the main line. We told them that for the time being, instead of you giving us the borehole water, why can't you give us or connect us, make a valve? You will control it to say 6 in the morning, open it 6 in the evening, close it, so that even others can get water. But that was not done. We were told to drink borehole. And I will ask all the honorable members which are here, can you drink borehole water? Are you using borehole water? And if you are not using it, why is it good for us? Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
There is a representative of the provincial COGTA and representative of MISA. We're going to ask you to respond after the municipality has responded. Honorable Lubisi, borehole water can be used. There's nothing wrong with the borehole water. If there's an issue with the water that comes from your borehole, then it's something that needs to be addressed and you need to be specific about what the problem is. But borehole water is used. Now, I think the more pointed allegation is that you have villages nearby that are getting water 24 hours and your village is not getting. Now, I want the mayor to address that directly. The other pointed issue is that you are saying definitely there is no supply for the 3 times a day, and you have there are records to prove that. So I would need that the municipality must be categorical, which means you tell us now, but then we will also need to get the records of the pumping, how it happens, because we need to close that issue. We cannot be misled in any way, and there can't be 2 answers for the same issue. Let's go back then to the rest of the answers. You will give us the comments, and then at the end, we're going to get the other departments to comment as we close this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you once more, Chairperson of the session. Let me respond to the issue of villages getting water 24 hours. I have no information about that. What I know is that they are also getting water on a rotation basis. And the issue of not inviting, I was not the one who invited them. I was invited to the meeting with all stakeholders, civic people, water committees, ward councillors, and the traditional leaders. In this one, hence I've already stated that I will send the documents. So the letter that I have not responded to, I'm working with my MMC for who's dealing with, it's the portfolio head of technical. He is the one who is receiving letters and responding to those letters. So I can safely say that I've not get any response to that. But however, since they started protesting, then I also wanted to be part of everything that is happening in Gumbane as far as the matter is concerned. I think the issue of consequence management, in some instances, we must agree, I must agree with myself, but as I've already said that everything that I do, I'm not working alone. I'm the politician, then the administrators. When I've reported to him, there was another meeting held at Mulamula. Is it Mulamula? Dumela. They are also saying something contrary to what I was saying, that this person who is the contractor must be terminated. And in my wish, I wanted him to be blacklisted. But then they were saying that this person must not be terminated because in our area is at 98%. There is something that has destroyed in a school. So if you terminate him, who is going to repair to that damage that he has made? So I don't know. As a mayor, I'm in between of a problem. But my wish is for this person not to continue with the work, because from 2021 it's long, and I was also wondering what is the problem.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
you don't respond to us like that. You see,
Okay.
you are in charge.
Yes, I'm in charge, sir.
Mayor is in charge. He's not in between. He's in charge. Okay. If there is any consequence management, you should know. If it isn't, you should make sure there is. If you didn't, it's you we must hold accountable. So if you don't know there was consequence management, that means you are not doing your job. Now, that's our job to tell you that. and we want to know what action has to be done if you don't take if you don't do your job. So you can't say to us it's technical, it's this. You must have a proper report as to why it was not done and who it should have been. Now we're saying to you, people haven't got water. Now, over a period, they are claiming that your municipality did not respond appropriately. In that same period, you can confirm that the contractor did not perform as expected. And at the end, we must all accept that there's nothing you can do about it. And also, no, it's not correct. So once you start wanting to, you see, we don't operate on pity on this office. We operate on accountability. Something has to be done, it has to be done. Somebody is supposed to do it, somebody has to do it. We haven't had a single person held responsible for the failure of the contract of the project to be completed on time. We still can't understand why, all we can get is that you had another discussion and another discussion. Now that doesn't solve the problem for us. Now once you start saying, well, you're only a mayor, you are in between, you're abdicating. If you feel like that, you shouldn't be the mayor. You understand our problem. Now, let's get back to the issue. There is no consequence management here. You're going to tell us what you will do to make sure that there's consequence management here.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first start with the issue of you emphasizing that there is no water for 20 years. I want to say here on record that it is not true that the people of Kumbana are not getting water. The technical manager has explained about the issue. What I can indicate is that if we have got new residences, people who are given stands where after we have planned, I have dealt with this issue. I've met with all the senior traditional leaders. We have engaged and we have came to an agreement that when they have new stands, let them tell us so that we must be able to plan. That is the problem with what we are experiencing now. People who are doing illegal connections are the ones who are given a new stance, and you find that there is no water. I was explaining that in all the district, within the district, there is someone who said that, are we residing there? Yes, we are residing in the district, and we know all the challenges that are there pertaining to water provisioning. So in terms of consequence management, I am going to hold the municipal manager accountable because I have reported to him about the issue of this contractor whose work have been supposed to finish on 2022. But now we're still saying that it is incomplete. So I'm going to hold him accountable. I've started doing that. I've relaxed. So thank you for reminding me about the issue of accountability, which I'm going to...
What should we then do with you who has neglected your job for the past 3 years? You relaxed it with the municipal manager. Let's leave it. You're going to deal with that. What do we do with you?
Since I'm now here, I'm going to take a responsibility to see to it that something is being done. Not that the people are not getting water. That is not true. I want to reiterate to that, they are getting water.
Let's not misrepresent the issues. The issue was how much water they are getting. That is the issue. According to the submission to us, people get water. It's open for 3 hours in a day, and that's what we're talking about. And then we're saying to you, you are going to give us a schedule of how much. Now you are saying they get more than that, and the members are saying, okay, we will need a schedule of that So
Yes.
we're not saying you didn't give people water. We are saying that the water they were getting is no longer what they were getting all along. It was reduced. Now the first problem is that in the course of that reduction, they are saying that the neighboring villages who are getting water from a source near Kombani is the one that is causing them the grievance. Then they are saying that they get water gets open for 3 hours and it does not reach everybody. That's the complaint. I didn't say that you don't get water, but that problem of people not getting water is a result of the 3 hours where water only goes to some and not to all the people. And then it's that village that gets water for 3 hours when the others are getting for 24 hours. That's what we are hearing. Now, let's not argue things that aren't quite on the table.
I think I won't go back. I've responded to that, Chairperson. Let me give the municipal manager.
No, I'm correcting you because you are giving a response on something that was not on the table. I'm correcting you on that. The problem that we have asked you to give us information.
Noted, Chairperson. And I've
Yes, so
responded
you want to
to
give us that information.
Yes.
You want to give us that information, but it must be clear what we're asking for.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, I had the honorable member saying the issue of the cost of water tankers, Chair, will provide in writing, but I have to indicate, Chairperson, that as a municipality, we are using our own water tankers, Chair, to provide our communities. We are not outsourcing the water tankering, Chairperson. And then I think those other information, Chairperson, we need to give the financial statement of the contractor. We'll also let it form part of the report that we are going to supply to you, Chairperson. And then also, Chairperson, will touch in the times that we are pumping there on the system, and then how often are we pumping on the system, Chair. And then also it will form part of the report as well, Chair, so that you can be able to interrogate on those data there based on the times that we are pumping to the community, Chair. But Chairperson, I wanted to indicate, Chair, that the villages before Gumbani, Chair, they are not receiving water 24 hours, but I will indicate that they get water more than Gumbani community, that I can test that they're getting water more than the hours that Gumbani is getting, Chair.
Why is that the case?
They are not getting water.
So
they are not
why
getting water 24 hours, Chairperson.
Why
the
is
reason,
that the
Chair,
case?
I think
just hold on. Okay, why are they getting more than Kombani?
Okay, Chair. I think, Chairperson, from the booster pump station of Mabambe, is Mabambe, and those villages that he was indicating is between Mabambe and Gumbani pump station. So there is off-takes that takes water before Gumbani booster pump stations. So those areas they are getting water, reservoir being filled up, and the water goes straight to Gumbani, a booster pump station, Chair. So I think that's the main reason why they are getting more water into the system. But Chair, I wanted to be honest to the honorable members that, Chair, the amount of water that is coming from Nandoni Water Treatment Works is not sufficient, or it's not enough for the communities to be able to get water 24 hours. That is why we're trying to ration the water in the system, Chairperson. I think that's the main challenge that we are currently facing, Chair. But we are not running away from our responsibility, Chairperson, to make sure that the community receives water 24 hours as a district, Chair. But working hand in hand with the Department of Water and Sanitation, Chair, we'll make sure that we improve the situation of water not only to Gumbani, Chair, but for the whole entire district as a whole, Chairperson. And then I think others, Chair, it was just the input that was put. We'll make sure
just
that.
one thing. Just hold on. Just clear one thing quickly for me.
Okay, Chair.
From 2024 up to today, when we said there was a delay in the completion of the project, and you did a cost-benefit analysis, you said what was outstanding was a 3 million rands worth of work. Is that the case?
Yes, Chair. But let me just indicate, Chairperson, that the 3 million will be for all the 10 villages, not only for Gumbani, because the project entails to assist the 10 villages, Chairperson. And Chair, I have to agree with
But no, just
Honorable
hold on.
Buthelezi
Because
on the.
just hold on a bit.
Sure.
You see, I'm just hold on a bit, because I just want to follow your understanding of this. So from January 2014, January 2024 to November, when the project was supposed to be completed, there was a 3 million rands worth of work that needed to be done. Now, we are almost we're now in 2025, June, we're going to be July very soon. You are saying that's still the same 3 million rands worth of work that was not done. Is that the case?
No, that's not the case, Chair. I think there was some improvement in terms of the progress on the ground. Back then, 2024, Chairperson, the balance was not 3 million, but the 3 million that we are talking about is like now, the current Chair. So there was some progress on the ground, Chair, regarding the project. As you
So
hear,
how much was at which time? Just give me a cut-off date and give me the amount. Last year, let's say July, what was the outstanding amount when the mayor went there and discussed this issue?
Chair, I just wanted to go to my expenditure report quickly, Chair, so that I give you the exact figures. My apology, Chair. Just want to. Chairperson, I think around the last claim that we had is recent now, but the ones that came after from that gap, Chair, it was in 2024, Chair. Let me less the 6.9%. I think roughly, Chair, I will just have to calculate and give you the correct figure, but it was almost 92% or so, Chair, in that time. Then there was some movement of the 2% moving inwards for the whole entire project. So I think maybe, Chair, on the project as a whole, because not only focusing on Gumbani, but on the project as a whole, there was that movement of 2%. But on Gumbani, what is only outstanding, Chair, they managed to complete. Chair?
So in this project, from July till right now, we have only managed to do 2% of the project.
Of the overall project, Chair. Yeah.
Only 2%?
Yes, Chair.
And the project should have been finished in 2023.
Yeah, Chair,
then you must answer the question by Nkosi Buthelezi. What makes you think we should believe you that this project is going to be completed on the date in August that you are saying?
Chair, I think back then, Chair, there were no subcontractor on the ground, but the recent Chairperson, the subcontractor is assisting the contractor to do the works. They have managed to complete the reservoirs or the roof slab of
But
reservoirs.
you've done 2% of the project in 1 year and you want to complete the rest in 1 month.
I think, Chair, I think what I will indicate, Chairperson, is that looking into that cost analysis, Chairperson, we felt that if we terminate the project, as you heard that the Honorable
No. We're not
was
arguing
indicating to say
termination.
there will be cost.
No. Wait. No, we're not arguing termination. I'm
Yes,
asking you, what we must believe. You see, we're closing this meeting.
Yes,
We
Chair.
need to understand you had 1 year to do 2% of the project, and the remaining 6% is going to be completed in the next 1 month because it's in July.
It's August.
Is that what you're saying? We must believe.
August.
You see, I'm saying this because the mayor must give us this undertaking, and we need to come back because in the past there are things that should have been done and they were not done. And I asked the question, what do we do with you, mayor? And she hasn't answered that. Now she's going to do something about it now, but I'm saying we're getting a new undertaking. August, this project is going to be finished. You are showing us that in the last year, you did only 2% of the project, which was overdue, and we must believe that in 1 month you'll have completed it. And we are saying the reason why I'm asking you specifically is because the mayor is making this undertaking to Parliament. That's what I'm asking you. The mayor is making an undertaking to Parliament that a project that's been overextended by 3 years has not been concluded. And in 1 past year, you did 2% of the project. And you are undertaking now to Parliament as mayor that this project will be completed in 1 month's time so that when you come back in August, it's complete. Now
Yes,
that's why I'm
Chairperson.
asking you.
Yes, Chair, it will be completed, Chair. Looking into these interventions that we have recently made now, Chair, for getting that subcontractor to rescue.
All right, let's close it there then. Let me ask the other members to come in. The members from MISA and from COGTA, if they want to comment. Honorable members, we're closing this issue at this point. Please get us comments from those two departments. MISA.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. All protocol are observed. My name is China Ravele. I'm working for MISA as the provincial manager responsible for the team that is supporting the province. Chair, I can confirm that from our side, we received the complaint from Gumbani community back from 2019-2020, which came from presidency and through the Department of COGTA. As the presentation from the district indicated, we supported the district by drilling additional boreholes around the community of Gumbani. I think as the GMS indicated, the borehole is functional, but the challenge was that it cannot be connected to the main system because the contractor was still on site. But in terms of the projects that is under the discussion, Chair, the project has been funded under MIC, and indeed the project ran beyond the planned time where they experienced also the cost overrun. And I was hoping that the municipality will indicate to the portfolio committee that the funds on this project has been exhausted from MIG. And now the municipality has to provide their own funding to complete the scope, which will talk to the availability of the budget from the municipality. Because from MIG, I think there were budget adjustments that was done in the past years, and the budget for implementation has been exhausted. And Chair, I think in closing, as we support the municipality, we also noted the challenge on the capacity of the municipality to implement a huge scheme because most of the project will run for a long time, but it takes time for them to be completed and people get water, though some of the infrastructure are on the ground. And from this project, in terms of the outstanding scope, as the GM has indicated, there were some standpipes that were still outstanding, and then the roof for the 3 concrete reservoirs across the projects and the valve chambers that are outstanding. And you have noted that the project is covering several villages, and as I've indicated that going forward, we advise the municipality to relook when they register projects, they need to reduce in terms of the extent of the scheme that they want to implement, because we have noticed that the completion is not done within the planned period. Chair, let me pause there.
Ms. Ravela, in your own assessment, what you have described, does that count to 6% of the outstanding part of the project?
As I've indicated, the project is very huge. It touches the larger part of Malamulele coming down.
Let's not go that route. I'm asking you a simple question now. You have just indicated to us what you have seen is outstanding on the project, and you are saying that they've got a tendency to oversubscribe the project and make it bigger than the estimated time that they put for completion. Now I'm asking you the question, from what we are seeing, is that equal to 6% of an outstanding project?
Yes, Chair. Taking note that the project covers also the larger part of the other areas. The items that were listed, yes, it equates to around 6 or 5% of the outstanding work on the project. It was a huge project in terms of.
Let's round up, and then you show your face as we round up. That's fine. Sorry.
Chair, I'm trying to switch on my video.
Okay, that's fine. Let's round up so that we can get to the cocktail. If it doesn't work, it's okay. Let's move on.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm done. I'm done with my input.
Thank you very much, Cocktail. Cocktail no longer on the platform. Okay, that's fine.
Morning, Chair. It's Neville. Program manager. Afternoon, Chair, members of the honorable members. Chair, I've listened to what. Thank you, Chair. Let me do that. I don't know. Can you see me now, Chair? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've listened to I've been here since the beginning of the petition hearing. Chair, I'll take it back to my colleagues. There's a number of anomalies, particularly in relation to the last point that you raised around the commitments that have been made to complete the project, because I think that's the issue the committee wants, is when will this project be completed and when will the community have access to water. I think there's a number of anomalies. I think my colleague from MISA just raised the issue around the question of the budget. So I think we need to align particularly the fact that if there's an indication and a commitment that's been given to complete the project by the end of August, the question that now comes up is whether or not there is a budget. But I will, together with DDG Duma and the DG through their office and that of the Minister, prepare a report on an oversight that we'll undertake in the next week or so, and then come back to you on that with regards to the commitment that the committee requires. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor, your last word, you got 1 minute. Mayor, you got 1 minute. Okay, that's fine. Let's proceed without that. Thank you very much, Mr. Lubusi. And thanks to the members of the Vembe municipality, and thanks to the officials from the other departments. We've come to the end of this session. And honorable members, you have heard what the responses are. I think from where we sit, there are a number of issues that are of concern to us. Without going any further, let me just say that there will have to be a report given to us that basically outlines the issues that we have raised and give us more details. From the point of view of the committee, the first issue that is of concern to us is the response to the community. That is a serious matter for us, for any municipality to ignore responses that are supposed to go to the community. Communities have a right in this manner, in this matter, to raise the issues. We have responded as expected to discuss this issue as a petition into Parliament. We expect that there should be some action. There should be a change in the way the situation is being managed. Secondly, from the point of view of the committee, there's a lot of issues that are not clear. What we cannot understand is what are these contractual relations that have been made between the municipality and the contractors, such that the contractor can overshoot a project for so long without any consequences. That for us is a big issue. So we'd like to see those contracts. We'd like to see the cash flow movement so that we understand where the issues are. Now, when the municipal manager says there's no financing issue, but yet the contractor has got cash flow problems, of course, there's a bit of a contradiction somewhere there. So we need to know how this has actually been the situation. Thirdly, the real issue for us has been the fact that there have been undertakings of completion date of this project. Now, the undertaking we have now is that this project is going to be completed in August this year, which is in a month's time. Now, obviously, a lot of things that have happened make it difficult for us to believe that that, in fact, is an undertaking that we can, expect to be honored. So on that basis, we're going to hold the mayor responsible for the completion date. We are saying that whatever remains of this project that's not concluded, the mayor has to take responsibility. We also are saying that whatever issues there are around budgets and a projection of completion times and all of those issues, it's not our business. The people who deal with it need to actually make sure it's accurate so that whatever is written is actually an undertaking that the municipality is bound by. And so we would therefore want to see the report coming in, and then we'll actually have to take the matter up after that. The issues that are important for the community from the point of community's provision of water. Firstly, we need a proper report of how much water the community is getting. Now, what Mr. Lubise says and what the director is saying are not the same thing, and we are actually saying that no one is allowed to mislead Parliament. There has to be a reason why there is a dissatisfaction of the community when they compare with what is going on next door. That's one problem. Of course, we have an issue with the communities that the illegal connections are not acceptable. We've also got an issue with the community that borehole water, unless there's a problem that can be demonstrated, are not an inferior service as it were. So we need that matter need to be given attention by the community. Now, in terms of how the communication has gone about, it looks like there's an issue between Mr. Lubise and their group and the mayor and the traditional leaders that needs to be attended to by the mayor, because we just want to take community. It doesn't matter as one community raising the concern in the community, as long as the community is community. But then there should be a way of trying to make communities work together, cooperate across different structures and formations and sectors, so that we actually have all the ideas on issues that relate to the community being dealt with properly together. The last point, Mayor, there has to be consequence management. So we're going to look at you and we want to know what you would have done. By the time the report comes, you must tell us when things have gone that bad, why has there been no action? You have been there for the past 3 years and things have gone wrong on your watch. Now we want to know what action has been taken at that point. We also are saying to you that when the date comes for this matter to be concluded, it's your head on the block. We have to actually know that you have to know that we want to hold you accountable for things that would not have happened based on your undertaking. Having said all of that, honorable members, we give the mayor 10 days to submit the report, and that this matter therefore is closed. Thank you for the petition, Mr. Lubisi and your team. Thanks to the mayor and your team for all the submissions and the other departments. Thank you very much. At this point, this matter stands down, and we would like to excuse you all so that we can take the next matter on the agenda of the committee. So this matter is therefore closed, and we give a 5 minutes adjustment period to load in the on the platform the next community, and at the same time also bring in the documentation that we need. Members will have a few minutes to go and drink water and so on. It takes us about 5 minutes, and then we're back to proceed. Thank you very much. Matter stands down, and we proceed to the next item. Thank you. Honorable members, may we resume? Can you just confirm that the petitioners are in place and also the municipality are here, Shirin? And put up the agenda on the screen, please.
Chairperson, the petitioners is on the platform, the municipality. I know we asked the mayor to log in. I don't know if they log in under a different name, but they are supposed to be on the platform. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll flag the agenda.
In the meantime, could you then ask the petitioners to show their face on the screen? Ms. Wait. It looks like we have a different one there. Okay, now that's the one I expected. Ms. Wait. Are you with us, Ms. Wait? Or
Yes, I'm just trying to open this thing.
Oh, okay. All right. When you manage, let's see your face, but in the meantime, let's proceed.
I see it's disabled by the host. So I can't.
I don't think so. I think someone must check what's happening.
Okay, there.
Host can disable this.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
There we go.
Wonderful. Welcome, Ms. Wade. And
Thank
can
you
we
very
then get Matsupa local municipality? Executive
We are
Mayor.
in. I'm in, Chair. I'm in.
Can we see your face as well? If you are a team, let's see the face. Just check this disabling of these cameras. It looks like it's a problem.
Yes, because I'm.
There you are.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, welcome. Is that Councillor Tswene?
Thanks, Chair.
Am I
Yes,
pronouncing
Councillor
it?
Tswene, yes. That's
Welcome.
correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you then. Let's then start the process. You are aware that this is the right of the community to petition Parliament when they feel that there are challenges, whether issues of governance or service delivery, and then we have to invite the municipality and the relevant authorities to come and answer to Parliament why those situations are as they are reported. We hope that you will also be able to tell us what has been done to correct the situation. And so we will have a discussion together, and we will give 15 minutes to the petitioner, and then 15 minutes to yourselves, and then we'll start the conversation. You can take off your camera if you so wish. It's fine now, at least have a sense of who we're talking to. Thank you very much. We have here members of the Portfolio Committee. It's a full committee, and with its secretariat, and then other representatives from various departments get invited as well to assist and support in the conversation. So, Ms. Wade, you are on the floor. Please proceed. You can take your submission for the secretariat to screen for you, and then go on with your discussion.
Good morning. Tell me, sorry, when we moved to Hop House, it was about September 22, there we saw that there was a lot of herders in town. At first we didn't mind them. They were not actually bothering us or anything. But then stuff went missing from our yard. We had our fence was broken totally, so we had to keep our dogs in a separate place that they can't get out of the yard. Then we will see in the night the fences was like, you can see when somebody has stepped into the yard and just stepped on the fences, etc. Then stuff went missing in our yards, and we saw that they were starting throwing the dogs with stones when we at home. We in home, and then inside our house, and then we will hear the dogs barking. So they will graze right in front of our house. They will come next to our fences. And then also they will, when the neighbors isn't there, the next door one to us, they broke his wall, they broke his fence at the back, they steal stuff from his yard. He's very old, so he can't really do anything about it. And then also the other next door neighbor, they broke into his caravan, they broke into his house, and they totally broke his fences. So you have to do a redo of his fences. We also look after a house here. Now, this is the 4th time now. This weekend, we were away for the weekend to Bloem, and they broke that house fence again. So you have to get somebody now to fix that fence again for the 4th time. And then people here around that's down here that we also petitioners, then they will phone us if there's say herders and cattle when they're throwing them with stones, etc. And then if they don't want to move, then they will just tell you we want food or we want cigarettes, and we will move before you give it to us. So yeah, it's a big problem when we moved here. It's much better. It's really much better than it was since the petition. It's like I will say in the last 3 weeks, it's a little bit better. But now they're coming into to town during the night, and we hear the cattle's bells and all that. So yeah, one morning we got death threats. Early in the morning, somebody came and tell us, they said they're going to kill us. We just didn't mind. We just thought, okay, well, then we'll just have to do something. So that's, I've spoken to a lady, Chantal, she's in Port Elizabeth. She was an MM in Groffernet. So she just took me through the stages, what I must do to do a petition, what I must put in my petition, and how many signatures we must get, and all that stuff. So yeah, we did the petition, and the municipality looked at it. Then they said they're going to get the bylaws in place, and then they said it was gazetted, but then we heard it wasn't gazetted. So yeah, now we're just asking the bylaws must please be in place, and how is it going to be enforced? And we also are wanting to know, will there be a place where they can put the animals here if the animals is trespassing on people's land, etc. So that's the basics from us. We just want the bylaws enforced. And how is it going to be enforced? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Wade, that's straightforward and brief. Let's get to hear what the municipality is responding, how it's responding. Honorable Van Zyl, do you want to come in before we even get to the municipality?
No, Chairperson, apologies.
I note it, that's fine. Leave it, I'll note it, I'll come back then. That's okay. I just wanted to be sure we can continue with the order. Then the municipality, Mayor Sweni, please come in, and if you also got your own presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I welcome the presentation by Mrs. Wade. The only thing that I'd hope Mrs. Wade will be presenting is the final resolution that we had with her and all other stakeholders, because Chair, the same matter was presented to the Free State Legislature, and we held a meeting on the 17th of May where we agreed on all measures to remedy the situation. So that would have been an expectation that Mrs. Wade will be saying, yes, we have already met.
No,
we spoke about
no, Mayor,
Okay, that.
The petitioner is a petitioner. She cannot be prescribed as what she must tell us. You are the authority who must tell us everything. Then we can get back to the petitioner. based on what you submit. So I don't want us to start a blame game before we even hear what the issues are. So come back. We have had the issue. What have been your response? We will ask the questions, but you have got no way of going back to the petitioner that way.
Okay,
proceed.
Chair. Sorry for that, Chair. Okay, Chair. Chair, we did receive a petition from Mrs. Wade, which is a bit different from this one. It's the first time that we are seeing this one, but acknowledge that it says almost the same thing. Talks about stray animals and about promulgation of bylaws and implementation, of course, of bylaws. It's basically the same thing. And then, Chair, even before we could even meet with Mrs. Wade and stakeholders, we have already started with the process of making sure that there are commonages given to the people in Hop House. The only thing that we had a problem with is that people in Hop House did not really want to go and occupy the land that we had given to them. Until now, Mrs. Wade had to come and come with a petition. And then we did take the petition to the Petitions Committee on the 17th April, and the Department of Human Settlement was supposed to have to report back to the Petitions Committee, and they did. And then after that, a meeting was set up on the 17th of May with all stakeholders, including Mrs. Wade, the Free State Legislature, SAPS, as well as all other stakeholders, meaning the other cattle owners. And the main organization, which is called Haloa there, that foresees the implementation and issues regarding the commonages, which has now been recognized by council as main stakeholder that can assist us. And then in the meeting, we all agreed that we acknowledge the stray animals there, but it was agreed that what must happen is that we are in the process of promulgating the bylaws. That's a process that is already happening. And we also committed to the fact that we'll be giving new commonages. And on the 17th of April, Council said, and a resolution was made, and we have allocated a farm Lemon Hook as where we'll have a commonages there, so that we could start to remove the cattle in town and in all other areas, location, so that they can have to those community, those commonages. The only thing that I wish to indicate also, Chair, is that there's according to Hop House Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Scheme, Hop House is sort of a village. There is a certain amount of animals that are allowed to be kept in the yards. But we acknowledge that now that is not happening. They keep more than, if it says 10, people keep up to 40 cattle, which is now starting to become a health hazard, because we cannot allow cattle such that big amount to stay with people. It's a health hazard, and we all acknowledge that. Say, hence, we have now said we have allocated those pieces of land to Hatoa and other people that would be having their own areas that do not affiliate to Haloa. We've also allocated them those commonages. So it's part of the resolutions that we all agreed upon as all stakeholders in that meeting, including the complainant, the petitioner. She was also part, we agreed on that. And in the process, we are working with the Office of the Premier for the promulgation of those bylaws. But on the other hand, Chair, I wish to indicate that we have a pound master who is accessible to all community members. If you found that there's cattle in your yard, you are able to keep them, lock the gate, call the pound master so that he can come and pound them. And to pound them, then you'll have to then deal with it as required by law for you to get your cattle back. But that's also part of what we have as a measure that could assist at the municipality. And the issue of the headers, most of them are illegal in South Africa. We acknowledge that, Chair. We have, on a number of cases, tried to address it with the SAPS, wanting their assistance. I remember the project we started in Lady Brand because that was the bigger area. We couldn't even go anywhere because every time we go to SAPS, they'd be wanting this from us. And unfortunately, we don't have law enforcement. They are the only people, of which ultimately we'll be asking the portfolio committee to assist us to engage SAPS with regard to implementation. It's true what Mrs. Wade is saying, that they are very violent, these headers, Chair, very violent. And even if we can try to make an operation. I remember there was a stage when we wanted to make an operation with the police and the SADF. When we get to where they stay, they were no more there. Probably they got a tip of that municipality and police are coming. They had to get away. They are very hostile towards us as the municipality, and also very hostile against the communities. Hence, we are saying we need serious intervention with the police on those one, Chair. But those are corrective measures that we have taken up to now. Despite promulgation, we acknowledge that it is not possible for you to have about 40 cattle in your house and believe that it will be normal for people to live within that area. It just doesn't sit well with all of us, Chair. And we have also requested that every time there's such a misdemeanor done by headers, community must open cases and give those cases to us so that we can follow it up with the police that there's such a case that has been opened, what has happened. Because I know with others that were opened, they just did not go anywhere. So it means it's just a futile exercise that would open cases and nothing happens. It doesn't also help us as the municipality. That's my presentation for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's very helpful. Certainly, you are acknowledging a few issues. The authenticity of the complaint, which Ms. Wade has tabled, you are acknowledging that there's no debate about it. You are acknowledging also that there is a lapse in the bylaws, which you are attending to. There's no argument about it. You are also acknowledging that there is a degree of criminality that needs to be given attention to in this situation, and you're working with the police. Again, there's no contention on that. And so the rest of the issue is more about how you manage this whole thing on a day-to-day basis. Ms. Wade, please come back and tell us how much of the issues raised by the mayor do you agree with, and which ones are not in your understanding? Is there some new information you didn't know about? Is the situation, as you say, you said it was a little bit better? So just respond onto the mayor so that we can see what gaps still exist in your complaint.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. Yes, they did say last year that they will start with the bylaws and promulgate it. But then we were given bylaws, and then after that we found out it's not promulgated. So we decided to just go forward with this and just see, because we can't go on like that, because it was quiet for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then it will start again. Yes, it's better since the last meeting that the mayor talked about, but we have problems with Hatlua, the people that's supposed to get the animals out of town. The lady doesn't really wants to work with anybody. I'm sorry to say that we had a spokesperson between the petitioners and her, and he just decided not to go forward with it anymore, because there will always be things like give us 2 weeks, or give us a standstill or a shooting still or whatever she calls it. And please stop posting about the animals. Don't say anything about it. We have to sort this out. And then some people, she will even say they're liars. So, there's a little bit things there that I know have to get sorted out.
Sorry, Miss Wade. Miss Wade, can I just check something before you proceed? Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Now, this lady you're talking about, is she the cattle owner? Is she a municipal official? Is she a neighbor in your own area? Who's she?
The lady from Atlua, Yvonne Askerveld. I don't know if they started the Atlua as soon as we did the petition. And then they presented Atlua to the municipality, and the municipality asked, can Atlua be the people to get the animals out of town? So ever since that, we do have a problem with that. Yes, we said if they can do it, we will work together. And, but we're the ones, the petitioners, that always go out and see if there's animals and ask them please to move or go to the police. And we do get help from the police. Sometimes they don't have a vehicle or they're busy with cases, but they really do try and help us, the police. But normally, if there is people that went to Atlua already and they never got help.
Okay. No, that's fine then. But you are saying, yes, the matter is being given attention. You are just not happy that they have promised bylaws, but you didn't see that they didn't ensure that these were passed. That's one problem. Then you're also saying that you have started a communication, but you think that the other people who are supposed to help with the communication are not as cooperative as you would like them to be. And so the things that they say, they're kind of not helping the process to move forward, but they're kind of discouraging. So I can follow that. And so you're also getting assistance with the police, just the situation is not completely settled for you, but at least those steps you can acknowledge.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, no, that's fine. Let's get the committee to talk about this matter. Yeah, finish off and then let's get the committee to talk. Are you done? Okay, all right, that's fine, that's fine. Honorable members, we have a situation here where you have a community. I think you have got a kind of lifestyle challenges here. On the one side, they are a very urbanized settlement. On the other side, you have also got the what you call pastoralist on the side. And so the question is to try and help them to live together somehow, allowing for cattle to be cared for properly, and also encouraging everyone to keep the animals in one place for safety. And on the other hand, you've also got communities that would like to know that they are free of unregulated movement of animals in the village. On the other side, you have also got some criminal activity that need to be dealt with. On the other side, we've got the police who are also trying to help the situation, so that the community is trying to manage this issue. So let's get the members to reflect on this matter. Honorable Van Zyl and then Mtetwa, and then we'll come to Inkosi after that.
Thank you, Chairperson, and also thank you to the petitioner and the mayor from Mansopa. I think, Chairperson, just a couple of things here. I think herders and cattle in towns remains a problem in all smaller rural municipalities. I'd like to know from the mayor if there is a pound. She did mention that there is a pound master, but whether the pound meets all the requirements of food and water, of a veterinarian on duty, etc., because you will find that in all the smaller rural municipalities, pounds don't exist, or there's a makeshift pound from the municipality, whatever the case may be, and those things don't, they can't operate without a vet, and there's a whole lot of things. The same with branding and tagging of cattle. Obviously, the bylaw would sort that out, because you would find that when there are accidents involving a vehicle and a bull, or whatever the case may be, you will never ever find the owner of that cattle, because they will disappear, because there's damages and there's insurances and all of these things that goes with that. Chairperson, I also think that there is a zoning issue. We all know residential or mixed or business or agricultural, and that remains an issue. I know the mayor touched briefly on that this is a village and it's zoned sort of, I suppose, partly agricultural, but a residential area would remain a residential area, and it won't be zoned as agriculture. So I need to understand that. The safety of community members is also an issue. In my own town where I live, a couple of years back, a lady that was working in a garden was impaled by a bull's horn in her garden. And we can't allow where the rights of one person overrides or succeeds the rights of another person's safety. So we all understand that in the Bill of Rights. That leads me to emerging farmers. Chairperson, I think all municipalities across the land, there remains an issue with communal land, and the municipality needs to provide communal land. And I heard the mayor saying something about Lemun something. So there is, strides made to try and address this. The mayor also said that residents need to make cases. It's all good and well, but it will go nowhere. So a case will be made. But if there's no bylaw to regulate the outcome of whatever case you have made, it will just stop at the charge office. Nothing can happen to it. So it needs bylaws. So in all, Chairperson, I think what the mayor also needs to respond to us is the promulgation of these bylaws, and the pound and the communal land. We need timeframes specifically for all of those things to happen. So the mayor needs to today tell us what are the timeframe for those. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Zyl. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to fellow committee members, and thanks to Mrs. Jenny Wade for the petition she's provided. For me to have clarity, I'm also coming from a small town, Matlangeni, which is Utrecht in Afrikaans. We do have a pounding facility, and I know how it normally functions. It is surprising, though, in a settlement where you will have white community, how come that there was never a bylaw that is actually regulating the issue of animal or movement of cattle? It is unusual because we are coming from an old order municipal dispensation where those things are given. They were already established. The only thing that we know is that we had forced removal where blacks were taken out of town, outside the town. So if now you are having problems with animals that are roaming around, the likelihood is that it is belonging to the emerging farmers who were limited by the municipal bylaws in the old order, wherein they were limited in terms of how much livestock they can keep, limited in terms of grazing land. So when we do zoning of municipality on this matter in terms of grazing, we need to take into account the demographic parity, that we give also black communities enough grazing land, enough land for settlement, enough land for alternative farming purposes, so that we balance the scale, because currently we are sitting with an imbalanced scale where big hectares of land are on one side of the racial group against the other racial group, where you have majority who are black, they don't have land, there's no grazing, and they end up losing their cattle because there is not enough space. So when you do that as a municipality, please take that into consideration. Other than that, this matter didn't necessarily need to be escalated to this level, because when I listen to the mayor, they are cooperating, there are processes in place. What I know is that issues of bylaws, they obviously take time. There's a turnaround period. So, but because there is cooperation, there is really no qualms about it. But I was just reflecting on a racial demographic parity. There I know. So if you see loose animals, it means they have no space and no one is accommodating them. And likelihood it is coming from the Black community, because mostly white farmers, they do have enough land to keep their stock.
Thank you. Honorable Taiposh. Honorable Taiposh, you are muted.
Chair, sorry.
You are not-
Sorry, Chair. I was largely covered by Honorable Van Zyl and Honorable Mtetwa. However, my one question is, Chair, the one thing that don't sit too well with me is the threats to humans, the threats to people that they need to be, they need to pay something first before the guys will move or move their cattle. That doesn't sit too good with me. However, I'm covered mostly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that, they say, Chair, that hindsight is the best science. I just think that from the beginning, when I heard the two sides being presented, I thought the one piece that is missing in the puzzle here is the police. Of course, this committee has every right to summon, because I think that if you look at the efforts, and it just has visions of those zamazamas, if you look at it, in terms of the aggression and the violence of these guys, like these gangs who are marauding there. But I think that, to me, Chair, is that side is very, very important when there are no results which are being shown in terms of that. It's not only here, of course, we know that that is a very, very big issue. And then the second one also is the one which I think Honorable Mtetwa touched on, or another one of the colleagues, the promulgation, because it's all very well to talk bylaws, but if they are not put in place, I don't know, what can be done to make sure that when the promulgation, it's not just the words, but the promulgation of those laws. I don't know the timings here, whether it has overshot, because there are set time frames for these promulgations of the bylaws. But I just wanted to comment, Chair, that for me, the two critical areas is the one of the police, and then this one I've just mentioned of the promulgation. Otherwise, when you listen to both sides, it looks like there's some way has been walked in trying to address it, albeit not quite where the community feels it has been taken to its logical conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Tireko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the petitioner and the municipality under the leadership of the executive mayor. Chair, I'm quite a bit comfortable with how the municipality is handling this matter, especially on the matter of communication with the affected party. However, I will also emphasize on what my colleagues have just said on ensuring that they bring all the relevant stakeholders to be part of this program that they are working on in order to address the matter, such as your SAPS and agriculture. And secondly, Chair, they also need to address the issue of putting bylaws in place, and we'll also appreciate if they can commit to a certain time frame on addressing the issue of bylaws, because if they have bylaws in place, then the SAPS will also be able to act accordingly and assist them on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think, to be honest, honorable members, all we've made here are largely suggestions and proposals of how this matter can be dealt with. But I think we do so acknowledging that the problem raised by the petitioners is real, and also acknowledging that the municipality has begun to address this matter. And so I think out of the comments that are coming through, we could just say this could help to guide the process. Firstly, the municipality needs to give us something concrete about when are the bylaws going to be promulgated, so that from the legal framework point of view, the issues are clear, what can be done, what can't be done. So Mayor can just give us a response to that. Then the second issue relates to using both the bylaws and the interest in the community to pull together a multi-stakeholder platform that will address all of these issues on a continuous and ongoing basis within the municipality, including the police. So the first issue being that within the framework of those bylaws, the pound, there has to be a properly structured working pound, looking at the veterinary services, water, food, feed for the animals, and also managing the approach to it so that it does not create conflict. There are many instances where the issue of pound has caused lots of conflicts and fights and all sorts of tensions, and this platform, this forum, can address those issues. So the issue of the pound being one issue. The next issue that becomes important is provision of adequate grazing land. In this case, I think the mayor has indicated Lemon Fontaine. I can't recall what Lemon this farm is, but this is to say, work with the Department of Agriculture and Land Affairs to get as much as possible of land that can be made available to your local community. Then you can deal with more strictness on the question of the mixed usage zoning that allows people to keep 20 animals and they keep 40, that you must actually monitor that and deal with it properly. But there has to be a line where people, animals aren't really allowed, and there must be ways of ensuring that animals don't stray there, fencing and all of that, and the necessary, obstruction to avoid them wandering everywhere. I think those issues are within your activity as the municipality. Then we come back to the question of crime. Firstly, you are indicating, Mayor, that some of these people are illegal. The police must deal with that. The second issue is that these animals, the headers are not the owners. Then there has to be a stock owners association here that must control the behavior of stock owners. Excuse me. Now that again, Mayor, I need to work on that so that the behavior of the headers, excuse me, should be responsibility of the owners of the animals. And therefore, you cannot have people who are employed by someone else going to cause problems, crime and theft and so on the nearby communities, or threats and all of that. We need to actually be very strict on dealing with that issue. It gives you the opportunity also to define the issue of the small-scale farmers properly, with proper regulation, proper support, proper services, using the provincial and national departments to help you in that regard, so that you can have a bit more order within the community. I think this matter could actually give you an opportunity for easy integration of communities without a lot of challenges, but also being able to create enough dialogue for people to understand each other, to support each other, to fight crime and deal with issues of poverty, because I can tell those guys who walk around asking for bread and so on, there's a whole level of poverty. Now, someone needs to look into what is their relationship with the owners, so that they should not then become a burden to someone else when in fact they've got their own employers, and they must look at into those kinds of issues. Now, with all of that together, I think the members are correct. This matter is well within the competence of the municipality to handle. And now that the processes have started, we think that you can proceed with them, as it were, and close the matters. The petitioners are concerned that sometimes the situation is uncertain, things go quiet, and then, of course, then people don't show that there was progress in regard to the implementation of order in this regard. That needs to be given attention to. And then the rest of the platforms where they have to talk and kind of have conversations at the level of the public. I think if you got a broader stakeholder forum, it will help to shape things out there so that people who have got negative comments to make and all of that can be contained within that kind of situation. But that the problem is a common problem in small towns, I think we acknowledge that, and that we also have poverty around, and therefore people might be relying on their cattle for their livelihood. We need to acknowledge that there are others who have got problems because they are trying to develop themselves as farmers. They need to be helped as well to grow in that direction. There may be more farms nearby that could be made available, and there could be more cooperation between agriculture and land affairs and the municipality to move into those areas to actually try and spread and resettle other people into some of the land that might be available. So I think it gives you space for creativity. Now, having said that, let me just hear if Mayor, you've got any comments. You can respond to some of the issues and then to give us your closing remarks, and then we'll come back to Ms. Wade. Thank you. No, proceed. You don't need the camera. We've seen you, no problem. Just proceed with unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just need to indicate the following. Yes, we have a pound that is compliant with a VAT, with electricity and water, and we're the only municipality in the Thabo Mofokeng region, district that has a pound, and we even go to extent of helping other municipalities as Mohokari and Setsoto. It's compliant. Another thing that I want to talk about, Chair, we have sectoral meetings with all stakeholders. They normally have, that includes the police and all other stakeholders. They normally have those meetings, and I would wish to urge Mrs. Wade to become part of that, of those stakeholder meetings, because in the meeting of the 17th, that's where all other stakeholders, including the police, were saying Mrs. Wade as the petitioners, they sometimes don't want to be part, so they just wish that.
You got cut off, Mayor. If you might be having some connection problems, I hope you're going to re-emerge. Maybe in the meantime, Ms. Wade, having heard all the comments, would you want to come in? You don't need to open the camera, just unmute and speak.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you know that a few of the stuff we were invited to, but then some of the stuff we couldn't go to because I have a heart problem. So I had to go to doctors or go to Bloem to see a doctor or that. So then we can't manage to go to that meetings. We did tell the lady that we not be able to, we were not set minutes of the meetings, nothing. So the other meetings of the Atlua, we never get invited to, so we don't know when it's held or etc. But we are very glad that the municipality is really doing their best and starting to help us on this, and the police is really doing their best. But as soon as the bylaws is implemented, then the police will really have more to go on.
Chair, there was a connection issue, so that's now connected with my phone.
Hold on a bit. Let's finish
Okay.
with this wait. You'll come back.
Okay,
Mayor.
okay.
And this
So
one is clear.
yeah.
This wait, yeah, finish off, no problem.
So we are very glad for everything. We don't want to sit here and just don't hear anything. That's the big problem. So like I said, most of the meetings because of my heart problem, I don't really go anywhere. I just try and relax and yeah. So, but most of our Lua meetings, we don't get, they don't send us where it is, when it is, whatever. Sector 1 meetings we don't go to because we never went there. So that's the whole thing. So, but the police really do help, and I'm very glad for the municipality for trying their best. And we would just want to say thank you. If everything just can come together and if we can just get updates, then we will be very glad.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wade. Thank you very much. Mayor Tony, whilst you had broken off, Ms. Wade has responded by saying, firstly, she appreciates that you, as municipality, have started acting on the matter, although she would hope that things won't go quiet so they know when the bylaws are going to be promulgated. Secondly, she is not well, so she couldn't attend the meeting that you spoke about, and she may not attend many meetings from judging from her condition. But what would help is if there would be a circulation of minutes so they are able to follow what's being said, and they can also make whatever input that is possible to make. But there are other community meetings where they never get invited or informed, and in which case they would love that they should also be considered as you go through the different community discussions. I think the question of everyone feeling that they belong, they can comment, they can see what progress is being made, is what will help us to settle the matters. So you can make your comments so that we can try and close the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We think we've already spoken to Premier's office. We're just waiting for their their quotation, and as soon as it's here, they said before the end of this week, quotation will be here, then we'll pay. And as soon as they advertise, they would have promulgated. So the maximized time that we think will be through its end of July 2025. Promulgation would have happened. We'll report to the committee immediately when that happens. We'll definitely do so. We'll also make sure that we've now had issue of Mrs. Wade that she's not well. We'll make sure that the speaker for all other meetings, when she's not there, they are able to provide to her and other members, not only her, everybody else who's not there, to have access to such a meeting so that we make our life easier. I just wanted to say to Chair, there had organization. It's an integrated organization, including of both white and black people, very progressive, whom we have sat down with the municipality and said, because we know there's one in Lady Brent, it's Mafa. It's the one that organizes all the owners, and it works for us in Lady Brent. Hence, you have said, if Haltroa is there, we'll do the same thing. They'll be the people that sign the lease agreement with the municipality, and they manage all the other farm owners. And they've said they're starting with the reprofiling the cattle, the owners, the headers, so that we try to make it work. The only thing that what I wanted to bring to your notice, Chair, is that the situation in Hop House is that it's just next to Lesotho. On a daily basis, cattle from Lesotho comes and into Hop House to graze. Later on, it went back. It's just porous. The border there is very porous. Hence, would end up having these situations. SADF is there to assist, but they still do such misdemeanors that they steal cattle. They would even go to an extent with Hop House. It's even worse. There's a lot of crime happening there, not only for cattle. There's a lot of crime where people get killed for any other matter. But we'd wish to work with the petitioners, Mrs. Wade, and the people with her, so that we resolve this matter, because we honestly also feel that we'll not allow our people to live in hazardous situations. We'll make sure the environment is conducive to everybody else. We are promising that one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. I think it's going to be an interesting issue for you to handle, because it basically is going to help you to integrate the community to work together, also to look at the various opportunities there are of trying to build your local economic, your local economy based on small farmers, and also bring the issues of peace, order, and elimination of crime. So what I would suggest is that if you think this committee can assist, then write through to us to report on the challenge you have on this matter that relates to illegal crossing of animals into your municipality that makes creates challenges of safety and difficulty in regulating the movement of animals and people in the area. That will actually be very helpful. Then we can actually bring it up with the relevant ministers so that the matter can be given further attention. But having said all of that, I think you should proceed to manage the issue as you have, and certainly where there are opportunities, of course, Ms. Jenny and her team should be somehow integrated in some of the initiatives in the area, so that there's a platform where all of the people can talk together, can also see what is being done, bring suggestions, because I think all of this is very constructive. And the issues that relate to the various departments that need to be brought in, then we leave that into your hands as well, to work together with them so as to assist you as you try to make your life workable in your area. With that, I think we need to bring this matter to a closure. And so I want to say thank you to Mayor, and thanks to Ms. Jenny Wade for all the work that you have done. Please continue to work together. If you have space for a hybrid session, so some of the members like Ms. Wade can also attend. But I think the matter is really largely clear, and your approach is on the right track. So please proceed. You'll be excused at this point, and so we can proceed from there. But thank you very much. You'll be excused. Honorable members, can we come back then? Yes, can we focus then on our program? I see there are hands there. I'm not sure which is legacy, which is new. Honorable Direko, is that new or legacy? Honorable Direko, okay. Honorable Mteto, is that new or legacy?
It's a legacy.
It's
Legacy.
new. It's new to me.
Okay, we've dealt with the matter though, but let's hear your comment.
Yes, it's a comment. Yes, Chair. My comment is that I was exactly in that area just this weekend. There was something interesting they raised, Amahlubi, which are cross-border with the Basutus and Eastern Cape and then Free State. They said there was an agreement, ancient agreement they had with the Afrikaner, with them as Abahlubis, on how to manage their fellows who are in Lesotho. So if they can revive that, it can actually help to manage, because they had a similar problem. It's ancient, it doesn't come from now. But because they didn't honor certain agreements where they promised them land, that's why now we are sitting with the situation like this. So we can help to facilitate that stakeholder engagement at a cross-national, inter-provincial relations, just to manage the settlement of these communities. Then it will avert the issue of crimes emanating from stray animals from the cross-border. Thank you.
All right, let's just note your comment and then proceed. Honorable members, we are at around 12:30. If you look at our program, We should be proceeding at 2 o'clock for for the next presentation. Now, Shireen, just check how possible it is to bring closer the next petitioners and municipality so that we could then start anytime after 1. Let me say the safest, we could say 1:30. But if it was possible before, because I know people are sitting in their homes or in their places of comfort, they could easily dispense with lunch in a matter of a couple of minutes so that by 1 o'clock we could proceed. But if not, we could then go to 1:30. It will shorten the conclusion of this meeting. Shireen, do you want to try something there? Do you have a sense?
Chairperson, we can try. I know that the city of Johannesburg has a meeting that runs until 1 o'clock, but I can try and find out if by 1:30 they will be available.
Okay, let's break until 1:30, and then we'll proceed at that point. If there is a problem with some of the stakeholders, what we will then do is to discuss something else whilst we wait for them. But if you can, 1:30 would be nice. Honorable members, we take a break till 1:30. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Is the committee paying for lunch?
Yes, committee will pay for lunch. Use your parliamentary access cards. You will get paid.
We can take a photo and send it by fax, Chairperson.
All right. Enjoy your lunch.
Recording in progress.
Honorable members, may we resume? Is everybody back? Honorable members, thank you.
Yeah, Chairperson.
Honorable Van
We are
Wyk.
here, Chair.
Thank you, Tireko.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shenge.
Present, Gobe.
Thank you, Shenge. And Honorable Mtetwa. No, not yet. Honorable Ndamase, not yet. Honorable Sompa, not yet. Honorable.
I'm here, Chair.
Oh, okay, you are here. Honorable Mkalipi.
I'm here.
Oh, welcome. All right, now
I'm
we can
here,
proceed.
Chair.
Okay, good.
You see me, Chair?
All right. Thank you, Honorable Kai. Thank you. So we're back at this point. Now, the feedback we have is that the City of Johannesburg is still in a meeting. They'll join us at 2 as was proposed. Then we propose that we do the discussion on the way forward, just a few preliminary issues there, and then we can move on. I did ask the members, firstly for next week. Okay, before I get there, last week I sent a framework of the issues we'll raise when we deal with the oversight in the Free State. We asked the members to make any contributions. So you saw the document, it's been improved quite a bit from last time. But what we will now do, we will bring it to the members' attention. We'll take it as work in progress, but I want to use it now to prepare the Free State to respond to these particular issues. And so we'll give them something of about 10 days to put together their response ahead of our visit. So I just want you to have a look at it in the list, in the chat group. And then if there are any additional issues, feel free to keep sending them through. So we'll improve. The ultimate questions will be when we go there, so we just need to include as many as possible. We have premised it by looking at the issues of our interest, so that they must be able to explain to us why they allowed things to go wrong and what consequence management, what corrective measures, and what actions will be taken in the case that those corrective measures aren't implemented, and what timelines they have. So that whole process is something that's going to be work in progress. So we've put it out on the group so that you can have a look at it. Having said so, for next week, we have heard that the NPA is still not able to come see us because they are double booked with another portfolio committee, I think on justice. So for that reason, we may not be able to proceed with them. So we've asked the members to suggest issues for which we're going to be requiring the minister to do the briefing to the committee about. And amongst them would be the issues in the Eastern Cape, a disaster. And then, of course, the questions that members might want to suggest. I see the members have put a few issues up, so I'll leave you to make comments on the issues that you have raised so that we can take the matters forward. I see I've got Tai Bosch up there, we've got Mkalipi, we've got Labus Kachne, we've got Van Sail, we've got issues, so I'll in that order, I'll let you have the opportunity to comment. Taiposh first.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to check with you. I've received some very sensitive information from within the offices of the mayor as well as the municipal manager. Actually proof of fraud, Chair. And I wanted to talk to you about
Which
that.
mayor? Which
Sorry,
municipality?
Chair. Maluti Apofung.
Oh yeah, all right, let's talk about it.
I need to
No.
protect my source though there, Chair. So I've
You,
got
you don't
I've
need
got
to
that
put it
stuff.
up here.
I beg your pardon?
You don't need to put it up here. Let's talk about
No.
it privately first, then we can see
Okay.
how to manage it.
All right. So I'll hold on to that and then you'll discuss with me.
You'll call me at the end of the meeting.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then Honorable Mkalipi.
No, thanks, Chair. As I put on the group, Chair, I think we need or we deserve to get a status report in terms of local government. As the last time we were engaged with the status of local government, but we need to know, are we improving or are we not improving? And then the second thing, there's a white paper processes that is driven by the minister. So it's not synchronized with the parliamentary processes. So can the minister also update us to when, okay, what is the plan of the white paper to be also be part and parcel of parliament? Because eventually we have to, as people of South Africa, they have to have a say on the review of the white paper. So it's not in a parliamentary process as we speak. And then, Chair, there was a time whereby we wanted to know about the projects that are implemented as a result of the disaster grant. So they still owe us those projects. We have asked them from the committee meeting long time ago. Also get the matters that emanate from oversight for his actions. When we go to oversight, there are issues that we always say is that, okay, we are going to write a report and ask the minister to come and intervene that pertain local government or municipalities. Those are my issues for now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, let's go into your issues quickly. The first issue around the state of local government, you are saying we want the general briefing on that, which
yes
covers literally all of them.
Yes.
We must just check when the last time we had that presentation so as to see how we're gonna pitch the approach to that. So, all right, let's note that. And then the white paper process, what we understood was that the process is still within the department. We could just ask them to update us on the approach on the white paper, particularly at which stage the parliament will be involved and where the processes are.
Yes.
And then on the disaster, that I think this is a standard question here. We just need to you see how we phrase it so that we don't miss out what you are focusing on and if there are any specifics. So that should be fine. The first and the last seem to me to be related. State of local government and matters emanating from oversight for his actions.
Yes.
We would need to itemize those on our side. Looking at the time, we need to just see how much of this one meeting can handle on the next week presentation, but that's fine. Honorable Labuskachne, let's take yours.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. What I've put on, I agree with what everybody said and what is on the group already. I think we should have on a regular basis, but not specifically from the minister, but it would be great if we can also give input and feedback on a quarterly basis on the APPs in the budget. Like the department have to give that kind of feedback to Treasury, but I think that is also part of our oversight role. And then I would like the Minister to give us a update on, or a timeline on legislation, on where it is and how it is. And then also the report of the state of COCTA, but it was part of yours. And I think at this stage, yeah, for now, that is what I put on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, some of these are beginning to align with what's been raised earlier, so let's note those. Then we come to Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just the lack of consequence management. It is very well legislated in the MFMA with transgression of supply chain management and financial management. And year in, year out, we have irregular and unauthorized expenditures to massive, massive amounts. And it's year in, year out. I mean, talking about the past 10 years. So I think a plan needs to come forward, and the department really needs to think about that, and the minister must look into that because it's not acceptable. And then same with that, the unfunded budgets also. Many municipalities are adopting unfunded budgets, and we also know that that is unlawful. So a plan also on how to address that. Thank you, Chair.
We might be forced to separate this briefing because what Van Zyl has raised largely is more the post-audit action plans that we need to get a sense as to how they are dealing with that. And you recall that they also said they put up a committee, interministerial committee. So we probably need a report on that based on what we see now and what they've been doing since last year. What is the progress? I suspect we might need to separate this one and do a different date for briefing on for discussing the agenda, the AG's issues. But let's note it. Honorable Mteto.
Thanks, Chair. I would like us to also hear on the amendments that were raised by Honorable Member Mokhalakis of, I think, the Structures Act is preparation towards a local government election where there are certain timelines that he suggested should be adhered to before the elections. And I remember we raised something important that whilst he was raising that part, we should not go to the communities with fragmented proposals of what we need communities to put on. And I was raising the issue of Amakosi to say, if you are doing any amendment regarding the Structures Acts and Systems Acts to position local government elections, is it possible that we run them parallel to also changes that will bring a change to the situation of Amakosi? So if we can also look at that. But also, I would like us to raise the issue of hostel dwellers, especially in some provinces, focus mostly in Gauteng. We have a problem where they are falling within the cracks. They are neither addressed properly by the municipality of Joburg. At the same time, they are said to be falling under human settlement. So there's a gray area in terms of legislation, whether are they regulated under human settlement or they're regulated under municipal bylaws, wherein they can enjoy services of which currently they are not. When they have issues of water and sanitation, the municipality is limited. They can go up to the township, but then they neglect the hostels. Yet there is a huge budget set aside for the hostel dwellers. But in terms of implementation, there's a crack as to who must then report and take responsibility for them. Then on another matter, ubukhosi bakwaDlomo ngale ko-Transcorp, the issue of their recognition, they've had serious issues, they've raised this matter and no one is attending to it. It's been going on for a very long time. So just to hear if the minister can intervene on that situation as well, it would be good. Thank you. Oh, another one, sorry. The EPWP, we heard what the DG said in terms of answering the EPWP, especially the case against
CWP, CWP.
or CWP, yeah.
CWP.
CWP, yes, thanks. And now there are two sides of that story. There is what the administrative champion is saying, but it implicates the minister as well. So now we want to hear from the minister's side, is he attending to this matter? Because what DG has told us is not a cast in stone and it does not necessarily resolve the matter. He just told us that there is an issue which they oversaw, the implementing agent, which she didn't comply with. But also, what is the minister saying as a political champion? Is he also saying the same thing so that the matter we know whether they have a right to escalate the matter further? Same applies with the Johannesburg matter of those 200 plus employed people which were employed outside the legislation. City of Johannesburg is not attending to that case, and the official implicated here has escalated the matter up to the level of the parliament to say they must intervene, the office of the speaker. And so we need to hear a move on this one as well, because it involves over 200 million expenditure, which is unlawful. Thank you.
Okay. Those last two will need a bit of concrete information. They are not generic issues, they are specific. So you'll need to give us concrete so that we know how to frame the question and what request to make. The earlier one, in relation to, of course, Dlomo, I have actually also had to deal with that issue. The latest we understood was that the Nkosi that raised the complaint was awarded the status to be appointed as Nkosi. And then the contestant went to court to appeal on the matter. So we were trying to find out why the province has not implemented the court ruling. And then the MEC responded by indicating that they have a court, they've got a notice of an appeal that the department has felt it's not possible to proceed without that matter being exhausted. I could go back to get them to give us a formal report on that matter, but it's a matter that one has actually engaged with the MEC. Honorable Mkalipi, you've got an issue?
Yeah, I want to amend, if you may allow me, on the issue of Ubukhosi Bakadlom. Maybe if you can be provided with all disputes of Amakhosi, the disputes that are going on in the country, and then we can also be updated in the very same report with how far with this matter is in court, was resolved, and then how far in terms of implementing the court decision, like that. So we can have a clear picture of where are we standing as a country in terms of Amakhosi in the country as a whole. I don't know if I'm making sense, Chair.
Yes, you are. We could do that. Maybe what we need to do is to do both, include this one, but also call for others. I suspect that checking on the disputes across the country might take a while. So whilst we need to have that information, I think we could also pick on the ones that we think need to be easy to get. But that's fine. It still makes sense. We should get a sense of where things are across the whole country. But all right, that's the list. So Shireen, I'd like you to try and triage those issues. We might have to separate them out for purposes of next week and subsequent reports so that the minister will be given more time. Certainly on the AG's matters, there might be a need for a bit of preparation, which may not be easy by next week. So let's keep that as an understanding that there might be a need to change the timelines. But those issues having been tabled, we then go into the question of asking of minister's briefing in the next and subsequent sessions. I think that helps us for now. Right now, I think, Shireen, are we fine? Are we able to prepare for next week?
Yes, Chairperson, we'll send the information to the Minister's office to inform him about the issues that members want him to respond to. Thank you, Chair.
All right. What's the date proposed for Free State visit?
It's 24 and 25, Chair, and
24, 25 July.
July, yeah.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I just want to report to you, Chair, and the committee that I might not be part of because we are hosting an anniversary in Eastern Cape. Usually it's on the 26th, but usually we are expected to be there before. Thanks, Chair.
We propose that you put an apology to your party and then come and join our committee. Very important. We will miss you. So, okay, that's fine. What are we
Chairperson?
showing? Yes.
Chairperson, on the 15th of July, I see we do have it on our program that we want an engagement with the department, SALGA and provinces on how to stop the unfunded budgets and what consequences taken against municipal council administration and the provincial departments for the adoption of unfunded budgets. So we have that issue on the program already.
Okay, I think what we will need to do is to structure it as a response to the AG's report, particularly post-audit action plans, and then issues of consequence management and unfunded budget. And then we need to go through the concerns raised by the AG, how many municipalities are involved in with the use of unfunded budgets, how many are using consultants, how many are relying on AG to even get the qualified or unqualified with matters, and all of those issues which are broadly about the approach to the audit, which we could then cluster them up together and then create a menu for the day.
We'll do so, Chairperson.
Yeah, so that means the issues raised by Honorable Van Zyl will go into that, but let's put it all together as the issues in relation to the response to audit. All right, and then I had a discussion with the House Chairperson, and this is with reference to Honorable Mkhaliphi, and I indicated that we have been kind of restless to see how things are doing and where the processes might be. He has indicated that they are waiting for finalization of the budget process so that they can allow us through, but indicated that we are amongst the committees whose external visit abroad is going to be prioritized. So I would say we still are awaiting some information from the House Chairperson's office. Otherwise, there is still the commitment to proceed with the visit. What we would need to keep pursuing from the point of view of the secretary's committee secretary is to check when the embassy might see us getting a slot into going into this visit. So I would need you to keep pursuing that, Shireen, so that we can have all our ducks in a row, as it were. So that is it. So we will then, I want us to close the issue on the way forward and wait for the presentations as they will be, they should all be booked, they should all be now in the platform. Just indicate, Shireen, if we've got everyone on the platform yet. Otherwise, members, when we finish
Chair,
with
can I check something?
Go ahead.
Regards to the study tour, last week Cheryl reported that the House Chair indicated, the House Chair Frolic indicated that the committee, all committees must have strategic workshops as committees. Can I be clarified on that one? And the second issue is that, as we are explaining, Uti, they are still trying to get the processes of this delayed budget. Can the committee, when Shireen, I proposed this thing last week, Chair. When Shireen is engaging with the embassy, can he have proposed date emanating from the committee to say if embassy can accommodate us in December or early in January? Because I see where Shireen is going to say embassy give us a date, and then embassy give us a date, and then when we come back on our internal issues as the parliament, we find that we are not ready by the date. Can we just propose a date on them and see?
Okay, Sharon can consider that as you do the inquiries. I don't think December is anything we should ever consider. That is going to be in the middle of winter, unworkable. You freeze as you walk out of the room, and you have a very short day. You might have a day by 3 o'clock, it's dark and so on, depends where we are. So we really need to keep in mind the fact that the further away it is, the more challenging it might be. But look at the dates and let's approach with some dates in mind, Shireen. Okay. Honourable members, we're done with this issue. So when we finish with the petition, the meeting will be closed. Please put up the agenda for us to take the next matter forward. Okay. We have engagement on the Polani Park and Kraaifontein informal settlement. We have a petition from Masango, and then we have a presentation from City Power and Cocta and Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. All in all, that should take us no more than 30 minutes. So may I then welcome the petitioner, Masango, as well as the delegation led by Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Murero. Let me see who is here. Can we ask Masango to show us their face? Honorable member, how are you?
Well, indeed, Chair.
We should co-opt you to our committee.
Chairperson,
Welcome.
I would to say.
Welcome.
Thanks.
And can we see if the mayor is with us and the team from Johannesburg?
No, Chair, we must not co-opt her. She is overworking us, Chair.
Okay. Now you see I've got now objections. I thought it was a unanimous motion. Now I've just picked up objections which must be noted. Honorable members, we're waiting for the delegation from Johannesburg, City of Johannesburg.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. It's Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso, the MMC for Human Settlements. The
Can you
mayor
show
has
your face
requested
as you
that
talk?
we.
Can you show us your face and proceed? We're listening.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I was indicating that the mayor has requested that we represent him in the meeting. He's still held up on other council businesses.
Okay, can you see the delegation that you got? Anyone else that you need to recognize?
I've got the team from the Department of Human Settlements. The Office of the Executive Mayor as well is also represented in the meeting.
Okay, good, thank you. I see there's Deidre Hendricks, who's raised their hand. Do you want to show yourself first and then tell us what you want to talk about? You're
Good.
muted, we can see you quite clearly.
Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
Welcome. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm covered by the MMC for Human Settlements. Thank you.
Okay, and who are you?
My name is Deirdre Hendricks. I'm the Director Operations in the Private Office of the Executive Mayor.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Let's proceed then. I think we have, at this point, all the parties that we need to hear. Honorable Masango, you have 15 minutes at most. 15 is optional, but it's beyond 15 that is restricted. So you don't need to finish
Yeah,
the 15.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, can I come in?
iPad, you don't have a name. Give us your name and face. iPad.
Yes, I will change it. It's Jacob Mamabolo MEC. I will
okay.
change it. I will change it.
No,
We
that's
need to
fine.
register our presence. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. There would be no way we would have guessed that is MEC on that. So you can just change that. But at least we know you are here. Thank you very much. You're welcome, MEC. All right, Honorable Masango, you are on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really want to thank you and the Portfolio Committee on COGTA for this opportunity. Whose tabling of this petition, the irony is not lost to all of us as we are all feeling the cold that is taking place at the moment. I, Chairperson, don't want to waste 1 minute of this time, but I would like to actually hand over to the actual petitioner, who represented the community of Meriting and Polani Park, who is Mr. Lamola, a young person, it being Youth Month. I believe that he should be able to represent the issues of the family. I had given his name to the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee. So, Chairperson, I don't want to waste your time. I believe that Mr. Lamola is among us, and I would like him to please present the petition to yourself and the honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lamola, you're on the floor. Show your face and then proceed.
Chairperson, I can go ahead because I don't want to waste the time of this portfolio committee at all.
Okay, that's fine. You can proceed.
Yes, this petition comes out of the communities that are based in Midrand in Gauteng, where the province I represent. And it was during the work of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development that I was doing when I was asked if I could please take this petition to Parliament. So this petition represents the history of total neglect by the city of Johannesburg after many attempts had been made to present the issues of the lack of electricity. And Chairperson, as far as I know, even as we sit here now, there is no electricity in that area of Midrand, which is the wards 77, I believe, and the other one is Ward 92. There was also a situation where the city of Johannesburg had made undertakings to provide electricity to this community, and those undertakings have not been followed through with any implementation of the needs of that community. So, Chairperson, I really would like to did you say something, Chairperson?
No, actually, I'm muted, but proceed.
Okay, right. So that is really what I would like to say, that there were undertakings that were made by the city of Johannesburg, and that they would install electricity in this community, and no such thing has happened. And the place is quite huge, as was outlined in the background and context that I sent through to the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable members in this regard. And what actually affected, what made me to even agree or to be excited to be the one that presents this petition to Parliament are the effect or the consequences of the area not having electricity, because issues that relate to my own portfolio committee are at the rise, and they are rising all the time, and that includes your issue of GBV, and the street lights are not there, and the children are being sort of abused, and the GBV in those areas, and the colleagues that are coming out of Gauteng and that area in particular will be able to attest to the situation that I'm outlining, Chairperson. So without any further ado, I was really hoping that Mr. Lamula would be here to articulate this petition further. But over 200 members of that community, in each case, in each community, Meriting and Polane Park, were really, they were really animated by the fact that, something, and this has been going on for a long time, Chairperson, and the presence of both the province and the city of Johannesburg today would really help to tell us all what it is that is going on and when these people can actually expect electricity in this area. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. We do not have a challenge with the petition. It has been duly accepted by the committee. We note the absence of the leader of that process, but nevertheless, the issues are on the table. We will proceed from there. Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi, do you wish to come in before we proceed to hear the municipality?
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for gate crashing. I thought it might just help a lot for Ma'am Masango to just get an idea of when was how long has been the time. I think that helps a lot just from the beginning to say as from when were efforts made to have this done and a promise made, and then at least we gain the perspective from that time to now to look at the time frame. I didn't hear it. Maybe it's in the report. Forgive me if it is, but can you please just enlighten there? I would have asked Mr. Lamula, but maybe then now that we are representing.
Honorable Chairperson, Nkosi Telezi, through you, Honorable Chairperson, actually, this particular petition was done last year. I think it was November last year. But the issues that were raised for the electricity issues and so on and so forth had been going on way before then. But I think the timeline that we can use for purposes of discussing this petition is when this petition was actually submitted, which was last year. Thank you. Thank you to Nkosi Telezi.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's note that and proceed, Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's get welcome, Nkosi. So let's proceed now and get the City of Johannesburg MMC. Please take us forward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all the honorable members that are in the meeting. Pardon me, Honorable Chair, I might not use my video because I'm on the road. I'm traveling to another meeting. Honorable Chair, I've got colleagues from the department, the acting ED and the acting city manager of the City of Johannesburg. They will assist in providing responses, but one will also seek clarity because I did not obtain all the information about the petition. But the information that one has, because in our books, we do not have an informal settlement called Polani Park, but I was advised that it is referred to as Mafela Ndawonye on our books in the city. And I can confirm that 2 months ago, I conducted a site inspection there together with the ward councillor and the leaders, because ESCOM has appointed a contractor for the electrification of that particular informal settlement, unless maybe they will be referring to the other informal settlements, not the one that the team has indicated that it is known as Mafela Ndawonye, but they also call it Polani Park. But if it's the same informal settlement, we are in a process of electrifying. I was there myself 2 months ago. ESCOM has appointed a contractor to electrify. Then I will...
Just hold on, MMC. Honorable Kalipi.
I'm sorry, Chair, to disturb the MMC while he is on the platform, but I think this one needs to be clarified because the processes of petitions, the community finally approached Parliament after they have exhausted all steps, starting from the municipality, starting from the ward councillor to municipality to the province. If the MMC is saying that it does not, is not sure if they are talking about the same informal settlement, I think the honourable member must clarify that for the purpose of the committee also to follow if we are dealing with the same matter. Because we might find that the MMC is responding to something else, not for the petition that has been taken to the Parliament.
I was going to get to that. Just wanted to hear how the MMC concludes his opening remarks, because I do have some concerns of that nature. Let's come to that a little later. Let's hear the MMC out and see where we end, and then we'll come back to that point, because I'm busy looking at this whole thing myself, and I'm just wondering if we didn't have the wrong area being discussed instead of the one that is here. But let's get the MMC to conclude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And one really apologizes for the confusion because ourselves as well in the department were a bit confused, but we relied on the presentation from the portfolio committee so that at least it provides clarity on the petition itself. But as I indicated that the team is here, they will talk to the issues and the work that we are doing in this informal settlement. But after we have obtained that clarification, as I had requested that the Honorable Masang can maybe further elaborate on that because the leaders from the mentioned informal settlements are not in the meeting. If one could just get a clarity around that, because if it's the same informal settlement, then I can confirm that the work already is being done through ESCOM. Then the team as well will also talk to Meriting, because we are also a bit confused around that, because our understanding is that the informal settlement was electrified long ago, long before I even became an MMC myself. But what had happened in the area, after the electrification of the Meriting informal settlements, there were then other shacks that were erected in and around the existing informal settlement. So we also seek to understand whether those that have submitted petition are the people that erected shacks after the informal settlements got electrified. So those are the clarity that one will seek, so that at least we understand the nature of the petition and those that have submitted a petition to the Honorable Masango, so that we are able to provide clear responses in that regard. But the acting city manager and the acting ED, they are in the meeting as well to assist in terms of providing responses. And through you, Chair, I will request that either of them
I
also
think we should wait now and not proceed. Firstly, Polani Park, do you know what ward that is? The one that you're referring to, the area you're referring to is ward, which one?
I think it's Ward 79. The ward councillor it's Councillor Maluleka. So I'll need to confirm the word, but I think it's Ward 79.
Is Councillor Maluleka part of the delegation from the city?
No, I don't think he was invited, Chair.
He was not invited. Look, I think we're going to have a bit of a challenge here, honorable members, to deal with a matter where the identity of the location is in doubt. We will have a bit of a challenge. So let's just hear. You got your hand up, Honorable Masango.
Chairperson, yes, I do. And I have my hand up for two reasons. The first reason being to take us back to the clarifying of the name, which I have never heard of, the Mafela Dawonye that the MPs. Yes, and also the fact that there is a councillor in that area who is on the platform at the moment, whom I would like for us to tap into his knowledge whether the names is just confusion, and also to clarify that Meriting View informal settlement is in extension 2 in Ward 92. And the second one is Polani Park, which is in Ward 77. So those are the wards we are talking to, Chairperson. So
What councillors have you got here? Which councillor, which ward?
There is a councillor who is a proportional representation councillor in the both the wards, who is Councillor Khaletsane.
Do we have a ward councillor there?
Oh, I don't have a ward councillor, Chairperson.
You don't know who the ward councillor, but this is Ward 92 and Ward 79.
It is Polani Park is in Ward 77 and
77,
Meriting.
okay.
Yes, and Meriting is in Ward 92.
Well, just hold on then. Can we get MMC? Your Mafela Ndawonye is in Ward 79 and not Ward 77. Now, MEC, you have your hand up. I assume it's you, iPad. MEC, is that you again? Or on iPad, your identity is not clear. Is it MEC?
No, Chair, mine have named it. It's not.
We have named it. Okay.
Mine is named. Yeah, mine is named.
I have a bit of a challenge with a hand which is not identified.
Chair,
is that
Chair, apology for that. It's me.
Who's me?
MMC Squaila in City of Johannesburg.
MMC
for ESD, Environment Infrastructure Services.
Okay, we didn't know how many MMCs are here. Can we just get everyone to show themselves, and then you'll speak just now? Can we see how many other MMCs are here? And please change your ID on your iPad.
Okay, Chair.
Can you are there other MMCs? Are you the only two MMCs? Okay, help us. Let's hear what you've got to say.
No, I was
MMC?
saying, Chair, that I was following the discussions because with City Power, there were certain arrangements that we're doing in Ward 92. I think in Ward 192, the councillor is Councillor Charmaine. I think it's Mwepe. I've been speaking to her over the phone now, trying to get what is actually happening. So she's acknowledging that there are power challenges in the area. One of the biggest problems she's having that most of those informal settlements have connected illegal to the grid, and they are mushrooming at a very rapid pace. I think she's indicating to me that she has around 22. There are new 2 informal settlements that came up now. So I think there might be confusion that we are now experiencing. There are areas that are supplied by City Power, then area that are supplied also by ESCOM. But I think it would have been very proper if we got the guy who would have brought the petition so that he give us in details where. But one would wanted to make just a correction, Chair, that the ward councillor is not the one mentioned here. The ward councillor is Ward Councillor Charmaine Mwepe, who is actually
that's understandable. What you are giving us is the question I asked: who's the ward councillor? So we know it now, Mwepe. And the one that Honorable Masango raised is a party proportional representation councillor who is involved in this discussion. I wanted to know who's the councillor, the ward councillor. You have given us that. But let's come back now to this issue, because I'm going to have a bit of a difficulty proceeding on a matter of this nature, because it looks to me like a lot of work should have been done to clarify a simple issue of identity of the location. Now, from Honorable Masango, these informal settlements are in Ward 92 and 77. From the MMC, the area that he thought we're focusing on, Mafela Ndawonye, also called Polani, was in Ward 77. Obviously, we're here about 2 different locations. And if that is the case, we would not be able to proceed, because we want a very definite and direct answer on the issues that have been raised. Unfortunately, the petitioner is himself not here. Now, what we would then require is that this matter would need to be processed and realigned properly, because I see we've got full presence of the whole of MMCs and MEC and City of Johannesburg and City Power, which to me is good to have this kind of response. But between the Portfolio Committee office and the City of Johannesburg, we need to go and clean this up. The municipal, municipality should be able to get hold of the petitioner, get them to locate the informal settlement, because it's possible to also have 2 names for 2 different, for informal settlements located in 2 different areas. Because there are a lot of them are informal, we don't want to be caught in that kind of confusion. Again, because we don't have the same name with the municipality and the petition, we cannot proceed on the matter. So I want to make a proposal at this point. Honorable Masango, would you provide us the details of the petitioner and your PR counselor to meet with the MMCs who are here on the platform, together with the officials, to clean up the location of this particular municipality, sort of this particular community, so that we then have a direct response to these areas. It looks like there are areas where some work has been done. It also looks like there are areas where the communities are still in need. It may not be the same areas, but we need to agree we're talking about the same community, the same location, the same petitioners, so that we can move on. Now at least we've got 2 councillors identified. We need a 3rd councillor identified. Councillor from Ward 77, the ward councillor from Ward 77, councillor from Ward 79, councillor from Ward 92, your PR councillor, and the petitioner. We need that conversation so that we can get to geomap this area and get the correct report from the municipality. I don't see that we can proceed without that matter being cleared, because the issues have to be specific to the services, the timelines, the correspondence, the communication. The petition says the matter was taken through to the ward councillor. Now, the ward councillor isn't here, but the petitioner has already indicated that, in fact, that was done. We would have wanted the ward councillor to be here to respond as well. Honorable Masango, and then we'll come to Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have to agree with your proposal because obviously if we can't even agree whether we are talking about the same area, we can't even start to talk about whether the work has been done or not. So I have to respect and agree with your proposal. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, whilst we're talking, you will send the communication to Shireen of the PR councillor we are talking about. At least I hope the councillor knows the location and knows the place for sure, so that we don't get to be lost in the discussion. I also would like you to get the petitioner or petitioners to be brought in at this level. I am aware that a number of petitioners here have put their cell numbers as well. It may well be necessary now to include a random sample of them, invite them to this kind of discussion, so that we have people who are familiar with this matter. Right. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you to the petitioner and the city for sending some representatives. Chairperson, I agree with the view, but I do think because this has been an issue that has been ongoing, I mean, it was first submitted to Parliament actually on my birthday last year in November. So it's been an ongoing issue, but I think we should put a time frame to this. I don't see why we could not, at next week, Tuesday morning's meeting, dispose with this first in the morning and then continue with our business, because we can't have an open-ended situation where we don't know when this will come back. Thank you, Chair.
Proposing a timeline, Shenge.
Chair, I just wanted to raise my voice to say I fully concur with you as a member of this committee that this is a correct recommendation, but then also just to what my colleague has just said now, that we then end this meeting with some indication of when it can be taken care of and concluded. Otherwise, from the moment the more we were going on, the more the plot was thickening in terms of this confusion on the locations. But thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I fully support your recommendation.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mamabulo, we're gonna request your support on this matter, seeing that we don't have mayor here, that you can at least go into this matter with us so that we can have the parties represented next Tuesday in our meeting. I would therefore want to reiterate, firstly, that we need, if it were possible, that when we hang off this platform, the following members don't get out. They stay here, talk about this thing, but can we bring in the other 2 councillors, 3 councillors to come in, and if we can find the petitioner online, we could be trying to look for them, send them to log in and ask them to be party to this whole discussion. We will not be all part of it, but we could give Shireen like 10 minutes to make sure we've got all these participants, and then we can then leave you knowing that you are all aligned and linked at this point. Honorable Kalipe, I wanted to close now, but I see your hand is coming up.
Yes, Chair. Or after the proposal from Honorable Van Zyl and seconded by Shenge, or else maybe before Tuesday, municipality petitioner and the MEC find one another, and then they just send us a report that the matter is resolved. We can be happy, Chair.
All right. Quite often on a situation of a petition, the way to know the matter is resolved is hearing all the parties confirming our presence. It makes a difference. It's not the same as if somebody just sent us a complaint and we ask them to resolve it, and then they write back to say, we're living happily ever after. It's a petition, so we need to follow the strict approach. What the process might do is to shorten the discussion so that you don't have to spend as long time as would have been necessary otherwise. So I don't think we should let them just disappear and send us a love note, but I think what they should do, they must link up, talk and everything, then come back, give us a short presentation. We found each other. This is the place. These are the problems. This is the solution. This is where we are. We understand each other. And everybody agreed. And once we got that, we can close the matter within a short space of time. But let's treat it as a petition. We got everybody back here to present themselves. Because right now, we will take this as a petition that was never deliberated on, mainly because of the confusion of who the participants and the location is. So back to the proposal then. My proposal is we will close this matter. Honorable MEC, you want to come in? Because I'm closing.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my apologies. I just wanted to write on what you have said and plead that we be given a chance with the city of Joburg and all the stakeholders, having noted the confusion, and we close it and present it to yourselves as an integrated presentation. Even where there are differences on a highlight, here we didn't agree, here we have agreed. But I think let's follow your process. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we do that next week, Tuesday. So in the meantime, I'm proposing when we close this meeting, Shireen and her team stay on, the MEC, the MMCs, and the other officials stay in. Then Honorable Masango, bring us your PR counselor and bring us the leader of the petition, if you can find him. And then the MMCs who have linked up with the ward councillors, send them the link and ask them to join in now. And then let's deal with the location, let's deal with the participation, let's deal with who knows where this area is for sure, and therefore align everyone and make sure we know what this whole petition is all about. And once that is clear, then you can go and prepare your answers and come back to us for on Tuesday. Can we do it that way? MMCs, can you find these councillors that from Ward 77, 79, and 92?
Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are in a process of that already. So we'll try and get them to connect into the meeting.
Okay, you'll have 10 minutes after we close the meeting. If it doesn't work out, the platform will be shut down. So we'll give you that so that you can at least shorten the process. But if it's going to take more than 10 minutes, it means you have to do it on your own time. Just remember our timelines. We expect you back to this committee by next Tuesday. And I hope by then Mayor will be available, because again, on a matter like this, the leaders of the city should have been able to spot that there's a misalignment in terms of which area we're talking about. Unfortunately, in the petition, there's no ward specified. But because the petitioner was himself not present, makes it a bit tricky. Can we then make sure that, again, the petitioner is found, and then when we come in next week, some other petitioners who are available, because their numbers are available, let's try and invite them on. Then when we come in, there'll be a clearly defined delegation. Who is the petitioner? Who are the petitioners? Which area? Where are the MMCs? Who are the officials? What is the issue? And MEC has been aware of the issue together with the mayor, and the matter gets closed at that level. May I therefore say, with that, we close this meeting. And thanks to Honorable Masango for bringing the matter up and standing in for the petitioner. But seeing that we've got these gaps, please assist us so that we can close it. And Honorable MEC and MMCs, thank you very much. And to the officials, thank you very much. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, thanks for your time. As you know, the last item of Way Forward has already been dispensed with, and therefore at this point, the meeting is closed. Meeting adjourned, and we'll leave you for 10 minutes to try and deal with the connection of all the participants, and then the matter must be laid to rest. Thank you very much. Meeting is closed. So let's all log off and leave the team that's going to conclude on the matter. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you,
Salute.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yeah.
City manager here is not here.
Oh, has he left the meeting?
Looks like I don't see him.
Because he was in the meeting.
Okay.
Because
Can
I'm
we-
trying to so that we deal with the singing. Because I wanted him to just try and arrange a separate session, maybe talk to the portfolio committee office to get that detail, and then we arrange a separate session. We can still do it on Teams.
My understanding is that it's confirmed for next week Tuesday. The main
No,
thing
the
that we
meeting.
need,
We need
City
a
manager and
meeting.
the acting ED.
Hey, MMC, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think what the chair had requested that we do is that we get all the affected ward councillors into the meeting so that we deal with the issue of the location and also the issue of the name because the Polani Park in our books we do not have. So I think those are the things that we need to deal with so that by the time we get the petitioners into a discussion, we know exactly what we are talking to. So I had requested that Urashaka and the MMC Squaile, I had requested that they get hold of the ward councillors so that they are able to join into the link.
Oh, MMC, I thought the chair was saying the link will disappear in 10 minutes.
So should we create another one?
Yeah, that's why I was saying let's rather just create a
A
We'll
Teams
have to
one.
create a new team.
Okay, no,
and
it's
then
fine. I
work
think
from
then we can then engage with the portfolio secretary so that at least she form part of the meeting.
Yeah, Sia's got her details, so I wanted him to coordinate with the secretary to council, the ward councillors, and then that office, and then we move it that way.
Okay, no, it's fine. I will wait for the
CM.
Oh, MMC.
Yes, MMC.
No, I think the two councillors have located them. One, I think they are going to memorial service of the councillor Kokas Kosoweto. But I will WhatsApp you both their contacts so that you can also send them the link. But I must indicate that my engagement with them, they happen not to be aware of what we're talking about here. I think, but because of their leaders there, they will be able to clarify better in terms of the actual location. But like WhatsApp number too. That is Councillor Twala and Councillor Shamin.
Fine, thanks, MMC. So Sia will check with the portfolio committee secretariat to then give us the number of the petitioner, and then we'll manage it from that side.
CM, I see Honorable Masango is in the meeting and she has raised her hand.
Yes. Thank you so much, MMC, and thank you, leaders of the City of Johannesburg and elsewhere. I just wanted to say that, as promised to the chairperson of COGT, of the Portfolio Committee, the petitioner is on the system with us now on the platform, and the proportional representative councillor is here with us, the petitioner being Mr. Arnold Lamula and Ernest Lamula rather, and the councillor being Councillor Otto Khaletsane. So if you need them, they are on the platform, and I'm sure you can confirm whatever it is that needs to be confirmed. Thank you.
MMC Mabaso, may I maybe request that you then just chair the session so that you then manage from our side. If you could just chair, we will then take the details down. Thanks, MMC Mabaso, if it's okay with you. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm fine, but Chair, I think we should wait for the two ward councillors to be part of the meeting. So let's try and ask them to connect urgently, so that the link does not kick us out as well. Because I don't have a problem. We can comment with the engagement, but if they come into the meeting and indicate that they are not aware of the discussion and what is happening in their ward, then we will have serious implication, considering that everything that we do, they ought to be consulted as well as ward councillors. So I think it's prudent that we wait for them to be in the meeting, so that by the time we comment with our engagements, at least they are part of the discussion. So let's quickly get them into the meeting.
MMC Mabaso, if you allow, also in the meantime, why don't we get quickly the contacts of the honorable member, Masango, who's here on the platform. In case in 10 minutes we cut, we don't know how to get the honorable, so that we can verify this location before Tuesday. I'm thinking in the meantime, if the honorable could make the contacts available in case we get cut in 10 minutes.
Honorable Masang, are you able to prove? Oh, okay, no, she has provided her contact details on the chat.
Thank you.
Can I just, for clarity, do we now need to go off the system? And the follow-ups will be done after the briefing of the councillors that are not here? I just need to know for the next meeting that I have to get into at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, in fact, you were trying to get councillors to connect now, because what we need to deal with currently is the issue of the location of the existence of the informal settlements, and then we will then deal with other issues as we go along while preparing for Tuesday. Because what is imperative now is for us to understand these informal settlements and the issues that are there, so that when we provide responses, at least we respond to what the petition is addressing. Because currently there is that confusion of the location of the name of the informal settlements and also the electrification part of it. As I indicated that in our books, my understanding is that Meriting was electrified. And the Polani Park in our books, we do not have. And the team, in fact, thought it is the Mafela Ndawonye, the one that is being electrified. So that's where the confusion is, and that's what we need to clarify and address in the meeting, so that when we provide responses to the portfolio committee, we do not miss, but we provide information directly to what the petition is raising. So I don't know who's assisting us to locate the councillors. Oh, Councillor Twala is in the meeting now. Do we have Councillor Ngwepe from Ward 92? Because I can see Councillor Twala is in the meeting now. Maybe Councillor Twala, just for clarity, because we are in the meeting, and let's first apologize, because I know it's short notice, but we had requested for you to connect so that you provide clarity on the informal settlements in your ward. There is a petition from that was submitted in the portfolio committee of COGTA through the Honorable Member Masango, who's the Member of Parliament. The quotation is purported to be from your ward in the informal settlements called Polani Park. Initially, it was said it was Ward 79, and we thought it was Councillor Malulega. Then, in the meeting, we then advised that it's Ward 77. So, in our books in the department, we do not have an informal settlement called Polani Park. So, we requested that you get into the meeting so that you are able to assist us on whether you know this informal settlement, is it in your ward, so that you assist us to acquire more information on the informal settlement, so that we provide responses to the committee. So could you assist us with that information, Councillor?
Thanks. Good afternoon to everybody. Yo. Iphina ngoblento yalahleka sendivulile. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know whether you hear me or not. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor, we can hear.
Good afternoon, we can hear 100%.
It's a pity my battery is very low because I didn't prepare for the meeting now. Where exactly is that Polar Park informal settlement in Ward 77? Because I don't have that informal settlement in Ward 77.
So, Councillor, you're saying you do not have these informal settlements in the ward?
I do have several new informal settlements in Ward 77, but I don't recall any informal settlement that is said Polar. You are saying Polar Park?
Polani Park.
I don't know that one. Where is it situated?
Honorable MMC, Mr. Lamola's hand is up. If that would help, please, so that the Honorable Councillor could know where the case is in her ward.
Oh, okay, so maybe Mr. Lamola, if you could come in and also assist us on when the informal settlement was established. I think that will also assist us as well, just to give us a background of the informal settlement. Because if the ward councillor, okay, just hold on a second. Because there is a process of recognizing the informal settlements. So maybe it might happen that the informal settlement is not yet recognized, it's not known. Not that because it does not exist, it's because maybe it has not engaged in our processes. So that you do not say, informal settlement, so I'm just giving that background so that at least I'm able to clear that part. But you can come in, Mr. Lamola.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, leadership. Yes, Poland Park is existing in Ward 77. It might be a confusion with the names because it used to call Fear Fokol. Then we changed the name to Poland Park because of that name is not a familiar name that people might be happy to hear Fear Fokol and so on. That's why maybe Councillor doesn't know about that, but it's still existing there. I can also highlight the other issue in Meriting, if you can allow me to do that. Because Meriting, it was electrified in 2016.
Okay, just
I
hold on
agree.
a second. Just hold on a second,
right.
Mr. Mola. Are you from?
I'm staying right. Yeah, I'm staying right next to Polani Park, in informal settlement.
So you are not from the informal settlement?
No, I'm staying right next to that informal settlement. Next
Okay,
to the
so can we
informal
talk?
settlement.
Okay,
yes.
can we talk to Polani? Because unless you are the petitioner for the two informal segments, because I know the other one they are too far apart from each other, so that we do not get confused into the meeting. So can we talk about these Polani Park informal settlements, and then exhaust it, and then we will get the petitioners for
no problem. I get you
Meriting.
for Meriting after. Then it's fine. Yes, because Polani Park we did the petitions there. I think it's 2 years back, if my memory recall me right. Yes, then we submitted that to our former member of the parliament, which is Magdalene Ekley. Then hopefully it transferred that to Mama Sango, Honorable Masango, who is in our meeting with us now currently. She also invited me as a community that know what is happening right here in Poland. I think that it is the clarity that you need, or you are still not clear about what I'm saying. Then maybe I can clarify this more. Because your confusion is about the name that is existing as Poland Park Informal Settlement, right? And the petitions of the electrifying of the informal settlement, that informal settlement of Poland Park. I believe I'm still.
When was the informal settlement established? How old is it?
It's been a decade now. If I recall it correctly, around 1998. 1998, yes. It was called Fear Fokol. That's why there'll be confusion because we changed the name 2 years back to Polani Park.
Okay, no, it's fine. So colleagues from the department and councillor, so now there's a new name of the informal settlement. Oh, the initial name of the informal settlement has been presented. So do we have that informal settlement in our books called
I don't think
so.
My MMC?
Mr. Vondo?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And then the whole councillor after.
Good afternoon to the member of parliament and the colleagues in the meeting. MMC, I think the question that you have asked is you requested the Mr. Lamola to explain where the informal settlement is. If he can just draw the attention of the people in the meeting just to paint a picture of where the informal settlement is, the exact location. Is it next to a particular place? Is it in one extension? Is it, just so that we know? It might be a confusion about the name as the name is changing or has changed. So I think it will be important just to give that so that even the councillor, if a councillor is not aware of such an informal settlement, it's going to, so it can help, I think, MMC. Then the department can confirm the official settlement of where it is. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. The location, because I know you have the map, Kopano Shopping Center. It is right at the back of Kopano Shopping Center, next to Malachi Park. It's where Polani Park is situated, right at the corner. I think I clarified that. Are you still with me?
Can I get in MMC housing?
Yeah, Councillor, you can come in. I requested that after Vondo you come in. Yeah.
As they have mentioned the name of Fear Focal, I know where Fear Focal is. It is along the boundary of Ward 77 and Ekurhuleni. Some of them were here last week. They were still inquiring whether their area is under Ward 77 or Ekurhuleni. I showed them the boundary of the ward that I'm responsible for. And it is not even behind Kopanong. There's still Park, Imalachi Park. After Imalachi Park, there's Extension 13. After Extension 13, there's a stream. There are people that are staying along the stream. There's a church before them. That church do not belong even to city of Joburg. They are at the back of that church. I understand they have gone even to Ekurhuleni to check where do they belong. And according to its demarcation board, I don't think they are under Ward 77 up until their issue is cleared by its demarcation board. Because they are along the boundary.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Councillor.
Through MMC, can I just pose a question to Councillor Twala?
Yes.
Councillor Twala, is this the settlement that the city of Johannesburg former mayor went to put services in 2016?
No, no, it was not there by then. It was not there.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank
It's a new informal settlement. I'm sure they are having 5 or 6 years being there. It's a new informal settlement. It's not an old informal settlement. Mayor Parkstow was not there when those people started to stay there. He never visited that area.
Mr. Lamola.
Thank you so much, because according to my knowledge, that informal settlement existed there for a very long time. I don't know how Councillor Twala said is 6 years back. You know, the people who can tell you on the ground, if you can get a chance and went there.
Okay, just hold on, just hold on.
Another confusion.
Mr.
Can I finish on this?
Okay.
Please, a second. Because you included the case of Meritin on this same issue, but you didn't allow me.
Mr. Twala, just hold on a second. You see, I'm trying to channel the meeting correctly. But because you see, Meriting is in Ward 92. It's a separate matter. So we are still trying to finalize the issue of this informal settlement. So Mr. Lamola, you have to assist us here, because now we've got a petition that went to national that we do not know in the city of Johannesburg. And we've got a confusion. We couldn't respond to the portfolio committee. And it's not like we are incompetent in Johannesburg. It's because the information went behind our backs, and we were not advised of all these issues, and that's why we are having this predicament now. So we need to go back to portfolio committee and respond as government. That is a portfolio committee of National Assembly, where we account as local municipalities. So we need to provide a clear response there.
Yes, I agree.
So we need to understand where the informal settlement is located, how old is an informal settlement, and what is the plan on the informal settlement. And the reason we brought in the ward councillors here is because they are the first citizens of the ward when it comes to issues of governance, and they must assist us as government to execute our responsibilities in the ward. So we will rely on the information that they give us. We will rely on the information that we give you. But I'm not going to create a dialogue in this platform.
Don't want that.
This is a clarity-seeking platform because we need to understand what is happening with the informal settlement so that we provide responses. The first name that was provided was Polani. We do not have in our books. The council is saying there are issues of demarcation that we also need to deal with, but we also need to understand how long is the informal settlement, because in terms of our own providing services in the informal settlements, we've got a program that is clearly outlined by the Department of Human Settlements. The policies, the standards, and the norms have been set there. So we are very clear on that. But we need to know where this informal settlement is located and what are the issues of the informal settlement so that we are able to provide proper responses to the portfolio committee. So now the councillor is raising issues of demarcation. So it's not going to be a dialogue here in the meeting. We are going to do our own investigation in the region. So the team from the region, the office of the city manager, will engage with this process of the demarcation so that we know exactly where this informal settlement is located. The issue of meriting to us it's not an issue for now, because meriting is in the city of Johannesburg. And the ward councillor as well is also going to assist us to understand the issues on the ground together with those that have submitted a petition. But what I do not understand, Mr. Lamola, is that you are on the other side of the region, and you have submitted a petition for the other informal settlement elsewhere. So I also need to understand. I also need to understand which part of the informal settlements you are leading, so that when we provide responses, we are also clear. Because from where I'm seated now, I'm also confused about your role in this whole informal settlement setup in the region, and I'm raising that as an MMC because I am working with these informal settlements. Last month I had 2 days that I dedicated for the informal settlements, specifically for Region A. So I was engaged in a lot of issues for the informal settlements in Region A. So now if there is a petition that has been submitted that I'm not privy to in terms of the information and the content, for me to assist in providing responses, I'm also, I find myself in a very, quagmire position. So there's a lot that we need to clarify before we get to the meeting. But the issue of this Polani CFO call, I think let's park it up until we finalize the issue of the location. Because if it's not in Johannesburg, then Eguruleni must then provide responses. If it's a new informal settlement in Johannesburg, we will then outline our own processes on how we deal with informal settlements in Johannesburg. We've got more than 352 informal settlements in Johannesburg, and some of them were established pre-1994, and we have not yet finalized in terms of upgrading and formalizing. So we are very clear in terms of our processes. There is a council resolution which provides a process on how we should formalize 181 of the informal settlements in Johannesburg. So we are going to deal with all those issues, following our own processes, following the framework that has been established, and making sure that we attend to all the informal settlements in Johannesburg. But yes, prioritizing the old informal settlements while we are working towards accommodating the new informal settlements. So this year for all informal settlements are going to package. We are going to deal with the issues of location, the issues of demarcation, and also the issue of the name, because we need to have one name that is recorded in our books so that we are able to account for the monies that will be spent. Should we attempt to commence with the formalization on the upgrading or the provision of services in that particular informal settlement? Then there is a second issue now, which is the meriting informal settlements. And I need to understand if Councillor Mwepe is now in the meeting for us to deal with that particular informal settlements. Councillor Twala, we are done with this CFO call informal settlements. We need to get the issue of the location right, the issue of the demarcation right, then they can then make a determination after that. But can I get an indication whether Councillor Ngwepe is now in the meeting so that we get to the issue of meriting?
Honorable MMC, my sincere
Yes,
apology.
Honorable Member.
As I mentioned earlier on, I have to get off the platform. I just need to know if everything is in order for getting back to the Honorable Chairperson of COGTA for the meeting on Tuesday, please, because I do have to leave.
No, I think the committee coordinator, the portfolio coordinator, I think she's in the meeting or is in the meeting, but we will also communicate to the office of the mayor, the office of the city manager. We'll keep the communication between ourselves and the office of the portfolio chair in preparations for Tuesday's meeting.
Yes, so meaning?
By the time we get into the meeting, we have clarified all these matters, because from now, going forward, we will deal with the issue of the demarcation on the other side, while we look into the issues of meriting as well.
Okay, so
but yes, but this clarity but this confusion and we will need to address as well
sure.
on the petition, the petitioners, and everything else.
Okay,
We'll
I just wanted to know what I'm
together
thinking.
with the sellers.
Yes, all I needed to know is, can I now be? I will be made aware as the petitioner, as the sponsor of the petition. Obviously, I have to prepare for the meeting on Tuesday as per the portfolio committee chair of COGTA.
Okay, no, I think no, you can be excused, but I will also be adjourning the meeting soon, because we've also got other engagements as well.
Sure, thank you so much. Thank you.
Is Councillor Ngwepe in the meeting now? If she's not in the meeting, then we'll have to adjourn. We'll convene when she's in the meeting.
MMC, on the side of on Spear Focal, we have wrapped it quite well. I'm thinking that the person who is representing those people is just guessing. Because really, when Tau was a mayor, I was also a councillor. And I'm staying in this ward full time from 1999, 91 until now. The person is just guessing, shame. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Councillor. Do you have Councillor Ngwepe in the meeting? Okay, so colleagues, if Councillor Ngwepe is not in the meeting, city manager, I will urge that we coordinate another meeting where we will have Councillor Ngwepe in the meeting, so that we are able to deal with the issues of Ward 92. But for now, because we know what to do with the issue of Ward of fear for call, aka Polani, we will then work on that on the sidelines. When we've got a confirmation of attendance from the Councillor Ngwepe, then we will then convene a meeting to discuss the issue of Ward 92, so that by the time we go to Tuesday meeting, at least everything is set and prepared. So can we move on that note, colleagues?
Yes, MMC.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much.
Yes, MMC.
The office of the city manager, the office of the mayor will then communicate with the office of the MEC and the office of the portfolio chair. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, bye.